Okay, yeah. Good to have you, bro. Good to have you, bro. Good to have you, bro. Oh, that sounds funny. Good to have you, bro. Oh, that sounds funny. All right, so mute your speaker because you're on the live, so mute your speaker. So mute your. See how it's coming back in feedback after I say it, and then it comes back on. So look for the part on your speaker part and just hit like volume. It won't affect your microphone. It'll just affect that you won't hear it per se. No, just come back on, bro. Like you can do it while you're in here. Like I'll put in the headphones. That way it won't do it. All right, let's try again. Can you hear me? So this time you shouldn't have the feedback of my voice coming in on your side. See, it's good. All right. All right. Now we need to better hear you. Your audio says connecting to audio, like it's still trying to connect. It hasn't brought you in yet. So we're going to see if it brings you in. Because right now I can't hear you. You can probably hear me, but I can't hear you. It's probably because I did something. It's probably me. Go ahead. Now try it. I know y'all can hear us, but I think I hear you. You say something? I can hear you now. Yes. Good. I think I hear you. You say something? I can hear you now. Yes. Good. There's a delay. All right. I'm gonna put in headphones. We ain't had this problem first. There's a delay. All right. I'm gonna put in headphones. We ain't had this problem first. There's a delay. All right. I'm gonna put in headphones. We ain't had this problem first. There's a delay. All right. All right. Right. Hit like um yeah. Hit like do you have a headphones or no? Yeah. Hit like do you have a headphones or no? Okay. Hit go into your settings and like turn down the volume on your speaker. Like turn the volume down on it's like either your microphone or something. I'm trying to think of what it would be, but you need to better hear what I'm saying when I say it. So it'll be like something. I know we don't ever have this problem ever. I say it. So it'll be like I don't know what the problem is, but we don't ever have this. But we just have to work with it. Let me see. We just have to work with it. All right. So without further ado, let's get started. Salute to everyone watching by so Colors, Yeshaya Congo Facebook page. Salute to everyone watching by. This is gonna be crazy. Yeshaya Congo. What would we need to mute? Because you can hear the double, you can hear the feedback. It's the feedback that's causing the craziness right now. All right. You got your volume down a little bit over there. That way I think that might be that. Then we can like cut back the feedback. Can you still hear me? Can you hear me? All right. Good. Okay, hear me. All right. So now when you talk, um, yeah. When you talk, then you unmute over there and I'll mute over here. Okay. Let's get it. All right. I think that's way better now. All right. I'm just sharing the last piece. Okay, that's good. All right, so we all in here now. Let's get it. Salute to everyone watching by Truth Colors, Yeshaya Congo. Salute to everyone watching by David King Facebook page. Salute to everyone watching by Yahoo Facebook page. Salute to everyone watching by Truth Colors, Yeshaya Congo, YouTube channel. Well, I think it's David King. I gotta actually change that back to Yahoo or Yeshaya to change that back. That's what I needed to change it back today, but didn't happen. So salute to everyone watching by Truth Colors YouTube channel. Salute to everyone watching by We Are Bantu Periscope TV or Bantu Usulele Twitter account. Salute to Goshen. Salute to Micah Michaela. I actually got good news on that. I'll bring that out later. But let's put it like this: the Father hears little kids' prayers. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put that out there. Michaela asked to, spend a little bit more time, right? So, yeah. Um, may the Father be blessed. May His will be done on the earth as it is in heaven. We're gonna bring out some things that's going to be a little bit, how can I put this? Scary. Like scary. Like this thing is getting hot. Put it like that. And people need to look at different alternatives and start to think about your life in a sense that way the Father has said it according to the scriptures and not according to how you think. So without further ado, we're gonna invite guests. I'll tell you who it is when we come back. But right now, we're gonna hit the intro. This is the time to go get you something to drink, eat, whatever, because I'm gonna be snacking. I got some food right here. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be bashing on with some nice little drink, a little. This for my Bantus and the world, yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and pop this bad boy off, and when we come back, we're going to get into his testimony of what has happened to him, and we're gonna start to see this thing start to take place over around the world. We're gonna start to talk about this thing. It's real. You don't want to miss his testimony. All right, get you something to drink, something to eat, all that good stuff. Video.
the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascendeth up forever and ever. And they have no rest day nor night, who worship the beast and his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Satan cast into the lake of fire. And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and they shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. The great white throne. And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it, from whose face the earth and the heaven fled away, and there was found no place for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before Elohim, and the books were open, and another book was open, which was in the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them. And they were judged, every man according to their works, in death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. But I will tell you what will happen to cowards and to everyone who is unfaithful or dirty-minded or who murders or is sexually immoral or uses witchcraft or worships idols or tell lies. They will be thrown into that lake of fire and burning sulfur. This is the second death.
Your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Hey, who I said your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Multitude like the haters, not your haters, they're your
Beats by other songs.
Yeah. Truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors. Ayy, when you learn the truth, it will set you free. Many are held captive, stolen identity. But let me just shoot the breeze, release you from Satan's squeeze. He's all like enemies, no matter the color you see. That truth frame, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, yeah, truth colors.
Man, about her just been mashing. This stuff is good. Like, right? Oh, so it's delicious. They should call the place delicious. I don't know. Oh, I've been up here killing it. I've been up here with this whole intro. I'm up here tearing up this burrito, just like with a little creamy avocado sauce. Just man, Mm-mm-mm. Way to wash it down. All right, so we want to introduce our good brother Jazz or Gerald Burks. Before he goes into his testimony, we're going to bring out um, scripture, right? You will see the scripture come to life. So he sent me the paperwork. When was that? Like last week? Let me look at my phone. He showed me it was just like this, literally. Um, hold on. Yeah, I didn't even read the last part. I'm gonna read that on the live. Can y'all hear me? Like, do I sound normal or do I sound? Okay, that's real. Headset, headphones. So that's good. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Yeah, all that should be good. Okay. So we're gonna bring out the scripture on this real quick. Um, I can see my screen, right? Yeah, share the screen. Now we're gonna look at this mark from a whole total different standpoint. So first, we're gonna have to get some understanding on what I mean by that. All right, number one, let's look at how the Father sees the wisdom of the world. Right, the wisdom of this world. What is foolishness to who? To the Father. Right. So the world's gonna be what? Leaning to their own understanding of what things are. Right. And this ties in perfectly with what it says, no marvel, right? No marvel. But Satan himself, what? Is transformed, right, into an angel of light, right? So what? It'd be the preachers of righteousness, right? So look at this. 2 Corinthians 11:14. For such men are false apostles, deceitful workers, masquerading as apostles of the anointed one. And no wonder, for Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light. It is not surprising then if his servants masquerade as servants of righteousness. Their end will correspond to their actions. Now, by that alone, we can tie that in with this. Let no one deceive himself. If anyone of you thinks he is wise, do you see how he says you must receive the kingdom as a little child? Because it's in here. If you think you are wise, think you know something, you about to head for a downfall. If any one of you thinks he is wise in this age, you should become a fool. Become one who don't know nothing. Because everything you think you know is going to be turned against you, so that he may become wise. You see what I'm saying? So it says, You must act like you know nothing so you can become wise. Because the truth is going to be seen as foolish to the world, while the wisdom of the world is really going to be foolishness with the Father. So the truth is going to come off as being foolish. For the wisdom, the understanding, the things that they come up with, the inclinations, the resolution that the world comes up with, it surmises, is going to be foolishness in the sight of the Father. As it is written, he catches the wise in their craftiness. So the word catch is like the same thing as well, like you've been caught into a trap, a snare. You've been grasped, entrapped. So if the mark of the beast is based off of what the world has told us, then there is no way that it could be what they have said it is. It will simply be what they're saying it's not. For the wisdom of this world is foolishness. And we were taught what the mark of the beast was through the ministers or the servants of so-called righteousness, which was not the gospel in the first place, right? So now we need to look at some things and understand that the Father is entrapping men. That's why I said, if you think you're wise, your wisdom will entrap you. It is a snare. The best way to get up out of here is to say, I don't know a damn thing. I don't know nothing. Because those who know something, you are about to go in, you about to get messed up. The Father's going to prove you wrong. So everyone think like, well, that can't be who the Bible talks about as King David. That can't be him. Guess what? You about to head for a downfall. Completely. You headed for a downfall. So we have already set that stage right there. So now let's see what the world has said. Let's see what the world has said the mark of the beast is. The mark of the beast. Not King James. No. No. Look at this. I want you to just read this. Thank you. I think the Father is there with us, all right? The mark of the beast. And the second beast required all people, small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hand or on their forehead, so that no one could buy or sell unless he had the mark, the name of the beast, or the number of its name. Now, he teareth the right arm, along with the crowd. So right hand signal means what? This is power, authority, movement. To receive a mark on their right hand or on their forehead, to ever be on their minds. It will be something they have to be like, so like, remember the Sabbath day, you will have to remember this. You understand? So these things are like, it's showing you how it's going to be. It's just telling you what it is, like how in response this thing is going to be. It's going to be something like you won't have power unless you do this thing, but this thing will be constantly on your mind. You have to be a reminder, reminders. You're speaking in code, right? Watch this. Or on their forehead, so that no one could buy or sell unless he had the mark. Now let's see what the mark means. Chargrama, an image formed by the art. A stamp, impress, sculpture, engraving, a step, a sign. A branding, brand mark, like with one's own unique signature or brand mark, right? The identification marker. I hope y'all getting that. Let this come to your head. Right hand as the badge. You understand? Like a badge of the mark stamped on the forehead, or the right hand as a badge of the followers. The mark branded upon horses. A sign signifying something. a badge of servitude, scratch, etching. You understand? Now, this does not no longer is starting to knock out what people consider to be what? This chip, right? Most people believe what? The mark of the beast. What people saying? Yeah, videos. There it is, mark of the beast, microchipping. So people believe that mass. Some people believe that mass right there. Mark of the beast, microchipping. Microchipping employees raise um, apocalyptic questions, right? Since the world is saying this, is this it? Or is it something else? Let's see. All right. So if it says that you won't be able to buy, sell, or trade, we're going to listen to Jazz's story now, and then we're going to see if we can put some things together. Let me see. I'll read it after he tells us his story because it's very unique and it's what the mark of the beast is. Jazz, go ahead, please, and tell us your story, please.
Where should I begin, King? Should I begin today?
Go. You can start with your I guess your dream from last night that you gave me. Another bizarre dream.
Awaken
Yeah, you
me.
can give me that dream. Yeah, you can give me that one, and then we can go on into the thing where we can talk about hearts. So let's first find out. Let's find a time frame from all this stuff started, so people can see how fast this thing's going. All right, so let's see what's been going on. All right, so June 21st. I'm gonna read these things. I'm gonna read these off, right? And you're gonna hear his story and see how they come in, right? No, Father's like, all right, let him tell the story, and then I'm gonna give the witness of it right here. But we talked on Monday, June 21st at 9:20 a.m. And we was talking about some things, and it was certain things that need to be done. It was a second attempt on their end, but you had to see what he did. And then I told him something specific, and we talked on the phone for a little bit. Then afterwards, um, we upload the thing about, Bart Simpson and Homer, that whole little thing. And then from that moment on, um, he began to start preparing. As soon as he heard what I said, he immediately began to start doing what I told him to do. That is what's going to get you out of here. If you think you know something, like, oh, I got time. See ya. You know what I'm saying? Become a fool, like a person who don't know nothing in order to survive. Because if you think you know something, the Father's going to make you look like a fool. But he's not going to make me a fool in front of you. He ain't going to do that. I'm the leader of all our people. Whether they know it or not, that's not my fault. That's not my problem if they believe or not. But we're going to see when my words start hitting people in their face. Be like, what did he say again? People start scrub through my videos again like, okay, so he was talking about this. What videos he was talking about this? You should have been on the live. Now you got to go through all these 5 hours. And my videos is long. You know what I'm saying? So you're going to go through, you're going to pay some. You're going to pay some time in order to listen to what you need to get. But if the people are not listening to it right now at the moment when it's coming forth, you got to pay that time. And try to scrub through, you might miss a diamond, miss a jewel in the middle of your scrub. So it's best to be here when we're live. Period.
Absolutely.
We have been is uncovering so much stuff. It's not even funny. We talked about MS, Miss Wati, whatever. We talked about him in May. Look what's going on with that now. Come on now. Ain't no one else say nothing like that. So it's popping off. So go ahead, give us your testimony, and then I'm gonna come back with the confirmation.
All right, Goshen family and friends and people of the kingdom. I can tell you that about 2 days ago, I began talking to King here, and the very day I went to work, they had begun passing out these COVID-19 vaccination status forms, and basically they were asking whether you were vaccinated or not. And in a minute I got it, it's like, wow, this already starting to happen. And so I photographed the paper and I sent it to the king so he can actually see what was going on in my workplace. And needless to say, I turned back in. I actually gave the form back to them, and I checked not to disclose. I didn't tell them I was vaccinated because they had a and little did I know that if you check that box that was saying that you choose not to disclose, it's just going to go ahead and assume that you're not vaccinated. And this is almost like going on almost 2 weeks ago. And then they had a mobile unit made that was that Teledyne Technologies contracted called Fulgent Genetics, and they brought out a whole mobile unit. They set up in the parking lot that's like on the side of our building, and they set out chairs and everything, and they had people there, with the vaccine and administering and stuff. And at that same time, on that very same day, I also texted King. I told him, I said, I described the unit, the unit that was outside and what they were doing. And I told the king, I said, I'm just, on my lunch break, I'm just going to walk on the side of the building and avoid it altogether. And as that was happening and stuff, I met some coworkers that I told them right out, the ones that I talked to and the ones I'm very friendly with. I told one of them, he says, "Oh, are you going to go and get a vaccine?" I'm like, "No." And I told him, and I pulled him to the side and said, "Look, don't do this. If you know what's best for you, don't do this. I'm trying to tell you." And and I was trying to, and then there was another one that kind of stopped, and it was like three of us kind of huddled together. And I was telling them, I said, you don't know what's in this vaccine, and this is something you don't want to do. I didn't know how to emphasize and tell them because it's also sudden. So anyway, I went and walked on my lunch break, my 30-minute lunch break. So fast forwarding to this week, beginning this week here. But before today, I was telling the king earlier, it's my suspicion that, some people talked and they already knew that, some stuff was already forming around me and I had no idea. And someone probably informed, the management, the supervisory staff, in my workplace, about what I said to the other two coworkers, and probably one or two or somebody here, ratted me out for lack of better words. So I come to work today, and I was texting King every hour. It seems like as I was going to work this morning. I was telling King as I was driving to work this morning before the sun rose, there was this weird stuff that was just happening in the environment, and like there were, if anybody ever been to LAX or those freeways going there, it's a wide open place. And that the whole entire skies was filled this morning with these huge black ravens just flying to the east. And I'm like, this is weird. I've never seen that before. I mean, as far as my eye could see in the entire sky, you have these flocks of black ravens just flying, and they were going east, and I'm like, somebody got to be seeing this besides me. So once I got to work, I texted King and shared this with him. And it wasn't too long from there, like within the next 2 hours, it was an overcast day over here, and there was a lightning storm, lightning and thunder, and it was lightning and thunder and stuff, and it was lightning and thunder so hard that it shook the entire place in my workplace, and people were like, "You feel that?" And people were getting scared because they weren't sure there was a quake. And I said, "This related to the lightning." And every time the lightning struck, it was so loud, it just shook the place, and people kind of got quiet and trying to involve themselves in work, and I was thinking to myself, like, this is nothing but a handy eye movement here, and people, and these heathens aren't even getting this. And one of the guys, he turned, he had his phone and stuff, and he turned on the local news, and it turns out that this lightning had struck several places, like out towards the east in the valley, and set some fires. And at this hour right now, they're still battling these fires. And before the day came, and I went on my 30-minute lunch break and stuff, and when I came back from my lunch break, one of the leads told me, you need to go to the office here and see the supervisor. So I get there.
Listen very closely to what you're about to say next, because this is what it means by like your right arm, forehead, all that stuff like that. These are all gonna play. They're like foreshadows of what is to come. But listen to what happened to him next.
So the lead, so the lead of my section, because I work on electronics going to like flying planes. So anyway, I went into the office, and the HR lady, and sad to say she's a sister, but and I spoke to her, and she was sitting there, and my supervisor was sitting like right across from his desk. And cut straight to the chase, she says, I wanted to be here today because, she says your employment here is terminated, and we just want to, make sure that you have a say so, and here you are. I can't hear you, King. The volume.
Yeah, I had my thing off. Like I said, we heard the part you said that you was terminated, but then on the other part, we didn't hear the other portion of what you said because it went it's like an interference came in. So we need to hear that part because that part is very key. So we need to hear the part where you said like you're terminated, and then we didn't hear the other part. So you said we're terminated. They called you in the office and said you're terminated. Go ahead.
Yeah, the HR the HR lady, she was there, the HR representative, and she was sitting like adjacent to me this way, and I was sitting directly in front of my supervisor. And basically, she was just going through the formalities, because what it had arrived to is this: my employment at that place is terminated because I spoke against the vaccine, because I raised concerns. That was a key thing, but they tried to disguise it, saying, trying to, reaching for straws, trying to disguise what it was really all about. They were telling me, he was concerned about your work performance and, the negative review and stuff like that. I'm like, what negative review? And not I'm tooting my own horn, because it's the Father who gave me my wherewithal like this. So, but it's like, I've worked for NASA. I've worked for SpaceX. I worked in JPL Laboratories. I worked at Intel over there in the Gory Hills. As they're building their next chip architecture, which is something that I'm beginning to see how it all's coming together now. And I'm like, what do you mean my performance? I'm just doing everything that I'm supposed to do. But then, again, it was just a thinly guised veil of them saying that they want me out of there because I raised questions about the vaccine. I intentionally did not answer the form that it gave me, because they have like, I'm fully vaccinated, or I'm what's the third category? I still have the sheet there, and I basically checked. I choose not to disclose. And from that, I have to surmise that all of this led up to me being terminated because they really had no reason to terminate my employment at Teledyne Technologies. None, because it wasn't about my performance at all.
Now, the doozy part is this is going to be the part that hurts. When it says that no man will be able to buy, sell, or trade without the mark of the beast. It literally means that you won't be able to buy, you won't be able to work without having a vaccination. Listen to me. The right hand, it didn't say anything about the left, because the right hand means power, authority, strength. So it's all the same coded words as where the Father says what? Bind them on your right hand. Write it on your forehead. So it's like a law, a policy. You understand? Let's go look at that in the scriptures. All right, so we're going to go ahead and look at scriptures. Bind them on your right hand. What? Put them on your forehead, wear it around your neck like a necklace. See, look. All right, the greatest commandments, right? There it is right there. The greatest commandment. So it's going to be a command. Do you understand? And you shall teach them diligently. What is the greatest command? Let's go ahead and look at this real quick, right? The greatest command, right? These are the commandments and statutes, ordinances. So let's look at the word commandments. Good. A divine rule. You getting it now? It's going to become law that you be vaccinated. You understand? Let's look at statutes. It's got a little bit deeper than it. What does it say right there? Law, regulation, an act,
statute,
a bill, a decree, an edict, a rule. I'm sorry. You've been working with us for 16 years. But if you don't have the vaccination, we're going to have to let you go. You will not be able to buy, sell, or trade without having a vaccination. You won't be able to get on a plane without the vaccination. You won't be able to go into any store without the vaccination. Do you see how this is going to play out now? Now, how much time do you think you have now? A little bit different than what people have been teaching in the church now, right? Way different. But it ties in perfectly with scripture. Let's go. An ordinance, a law, a edict, a decree, a injection, a fiat, a command, an order. A city ordinance bans smoking in nearly all types of restaurants. It's the same thing's going to be with the COVID-19 vaccination. It's going to be mandated. They just fired him from his job because he was not vaccinated. No man can buy, sell without the vaccination. That's what's going on. These are the commandments and statutes. So they're going to have right now. They don't have it right now. You go into buildings or go into facilities, and it says, "We ask for those who have been vaccinated. You can keep your mask off, but if you know you have not been vaccinated, they want you to do what? Put your mask on." So they're going to have to be like, we're tired of not having people come in. So they're going to say like, we can't get rid of COVID-19 because other people are not vaccinated. So then they're going to make it a law, and they're going to have what? They're going to have a type of way of them knowing if you've been vaccinated or not. Remember his earlier dream? He said he's seen people scanning their hands.
Yes.
What's the scan for? Scan to show that you have been vaccinated. Or you've been vaccinated, or you can come in and buy in the store. You can come and sell in the store, whatever you want. Or if you go to Walmart, have you been vaccinated? Well, sure. Well, let me see. Where's your papers at? Where your authority at? Huh? It's on your hands. Scan it. Beep. I don't have one of those. That's because you ain't been vaccinated. I'm sorry, you can't come into Walmart. I'm sorry, you can't come into the malls. I'm sorry, you can't rent from me. I'm sorry. Do you understand now? I'm sorry we had to let you go. You can't work for us no more because you're not vaccinated and you will put all the rest of us at risk. And then the more that you actually go on that way, watch this. This is all designed to make you homeless. Because it ties in to one thing. The scripture says Jerusalem or Salem. If I forget about you, let me stay a slave. That's all it's been saying the whole entire time.
Wow.
How can we sing a song of Yah in a foreign land? Meaning what? You need to sing a song in a foreign land. But he says, if I forget you, O Salem, may my right hand, there's a right hand, what? Authority, cease to function. May I lose the ability to provide for myself in the foreign land. Making you what? May my tongue cling to the roof of my mouth. Meaning what? May I remain a slave. Until I return home, may I remain a slave. So now this COVID-19 decree of people getting vaccinated is literally going to force people to do what? Go home. So COVID-19 literally means it's time to go home. And those who not thinking about home and think they're going to have a job here, a career here, and then they can't leave yet because of this and whatever, since you have chosen to save your life here in this fallen world, you will lose it in this same fallen world, meaning you might have to get your head cut off. But those who choose to escape is called fled to the wilderness for a reason. It's called the escape. Those who see what's coming down the pipeline and the doors is open up and they see, I got to escape up out of here. Those are going to be the ones who have given up their life here in the land of your captivity. Those who give up their life in the land of the captivity, the life you have here, to give it up to go find the kingdom, which is where? In Africa. Let's look at that real quick. If you seek to save your life, this is a parable. People are like, what is he talking about? Seek to save it. He is talking about here. If you seek to save your life. It says, it's like, man, we got to kill ourselves. No, forever. For whosoever will save his life shall lose it. For whosoever shall, it's like Lot's wife. Whoever looks back is not fit for the kingdom. Whoever looks back is not fit. No one putting their hand to the plow and looks back is fit for service in the kingdom of Yah. You understand? So once you see what's going on, it says the cost of discipleship, being able to make the hard decisions, even when everything else is saying like, don't do it. But you see like, this is the only way out. If I don't do it, then I'm a loser anyway. For whoever will save his life in Egypt shall lose his life in Egypt. And whosoever will lose his life in Egypt, for what? For my sake, meaning what? Do what I told you to do, which is go home. You shall find a new life in the land. That's all it's been saying the whole entire time. The Christian said, like, if you give your life, like you die for him. This is it. No. For whosoever will seek to save his life, seek to save him his pleasurous life here in the land of your captivity. One day you're going to have to give it up. They're going to come against you and say, look, you can't work here. You can't eat here. You're going to be homeless. And then they're going to find you, round you up, those who ain't been vaccinated. And what are they going to do? 30 guillotines has already been ordered. What number are you going to be in? What number? Now, how many people want to stay at their jobs? It just got deep, didn't it?
Wow. Wow.
Just got deep, didn't it? Just a whole nother essence. It makes so much sense. This shows they order some stuff, right?
Wow.
Release a lien on real property. They done did a whole bunch of stuff. You can just look it up. But then did. Where is it? What is signed by Barack Obama? Yeah. So they do stuff, and then they trying to say, "Oh no, we never did that. That's false information." Notice that stuff never came out before, ever. Someone says, "I'm the leader who set up the guillotine." They already got these already ready for you. Why you think they got plastic coffins? They're not gonna bury you. They're gonna burn you. He who seeks to save his life shall lose. He who seeks to give up his life here shall find a new life, shall gain his life. Where? In the land. Being obedient. So those who think their life is so much valuable here in America because of their job or whatever else, in the end, you'll be one of the ones who will have to give your life in order to receive the kingdom. Meaning you have to have your head cut off and be put into one of these boxes and to be burned. That's what we're coming to. Real talk. So our brother is the first one to go through this in Goshen. If I forget you, O Jerusalem, may my right hand forget its work, forget its skill, forget its cunning. May I not be able to produce a living for me. May I become a vagabond, homeless. May my tongue cling to the roof of my mouth, meaning what you don't have no rights. And if I do not remember you, and if I do not exalt Jerusalem as my greatest joy, where is Jerusalem at? Or where is Salem at? Is it in the land of your captivity? No. It says, if I do not ever seek to go back home, may I stay a slave, a vagabond in all the countries or nations you have banished us. So it's telling you the ultimate goal is to lose your life here in the land of your captivity and return home. That's all that's been saying the whole entire time. You still need money to get to the land and survive. You need resources to live in Africa. All right. So, with those mindsets, let me show you exactly what the word says about what James just wrote. Be not like the heathen when you pray. Let's see, all the things she just posted on there literally says we're not supposed to think about at all. That's how I know those who have faith and those who do not. Because those who have faith, they do exactly what the word say. Say, don't think about what you're going to eat, what you're going to drink, what you're going to put on. How many people are always thinking about what they're going to drink, eat, and put on? So then how in the world you think you're going to have faith in the midst of a crisis? But people will claim they have all this faith, but then when it comes down to simple things in the word, we can't even keep that. You see what I'm saying? See, I'm about this thing completely. I don't ever think about what I'm going to eat. What I'm drinking. Oh, I don't know what I'm going to eat. Like I'm worried about it. No, ever. I don't worry about work. I don't worry about nothing. I don't worry because the scripture says, do not worry, period. Think not what you shall wear, right? Don't even think about it. Think not what you shall put on. It says, is not life more than remnant? Look, this was going to cause people to get messed up. This verse of scripture right here. And this is why people who seek to save their life while they're here, we need this, we need resources. You don't believe the Father to take care of you. That's sad. Therefore, I say unto you, take no thought for your life. Let's see what she just said here and see how it turns. You still need money to get to the land and survive. You need resources to live in Africa. There are no safety nets. The job can require masks and precautions. They can just fire you over the vax. That's the same thing as saying, all right, the Father says, here's the land, go and get it. But then the people said, well, there's giants in the land, and we are not able to overcome because we was as grasshoppers in their eyesight. Is that the report of Yah? No, it's not. The report of Yah is to get your butt up and leave and trust him for everything else. But the mindset of the nine, or the 10 witnesses or the 10 leaders, they came back with a negative report and called people like, yeah, what about them? What about the giants? They got the Anunnaki over there. Oh, he's going to cause us to go into the wilderness and be killed. You're going to always have that. When the truth comes out, something opposite of what is truth has to be there. The tree of knowledge of good and evil is right there in the midst with the tree of life. It has to go that way every single time. So that time is time for everyone to make a choice in their mind on what they're going to choose. Either to choose a report of the Father or choose a report of worry. Those who worry about their resources, finances, anything like that, good luck. And I don't believe in luck. Therefore, I say unto you, take no thought for your life. That includes resources, right? Okay. What you shall eat or what you shall drink. So I can tell when people don't actually live this. Nor yet for your body. Ooh, ouch, that covers everything. That's just what's said, right? What you shall put on. Is not the life more than meat and the body than raiment? That literally just cut out every single thing that was asked as a question. See how the word don't lean to your own understanding at all? Because the word always comes through and chop it down. It's always be safe. Look at what it says right here. Therefore I say unto you, be not anxious for your life, what you shall eat, what you shall drink, nor yet for your body, what you shall put on. Is not the life more than food and the body than raiment? Yep, sure is. So the word just answered the question that was just posed. So again, whose report you gonna believe? The report of, for whosoever would save his life. That's what this is right here. Taking thought for your life is trying to save your life. But literally being obedient, whosoever will give up his life, lose his life, lose the security blanket for knowing things, for my sake, for the kingdom's sake, you shall find it in the homeland where you're going to go. All right. Now, there's going to be war in the land. Why? Because we have to take the land over. There's already some people who are already there in Gambia, and they're sticking together. So no one will go hungry. No one will not have clothes. All you need to do is be obedient. And for once in your life, have faith and trust that he truly will do it. Not that won't he do it, and you don't believe it, he won't do it anyway. That stuff is the fakest stuff I've ever seen in my life. Because they don't even believe. And most of y'all don't even believe. because it shows. Because your questions wouldn't come up with something opposed to what the scriptures already done said. Faith does not question the word. It believes it and carries it out. Unbelievers question the word because they don't believe. They only act like it. That's why it says you have a form of godliness, but deny the power thereof. Having a form of godliness. See, that's what the Black Hebrew Israelites have done. It caused us to have a form of godliness, but there was no power in anything they were speaking because they wasn't living it. They didn't have faith. The ones who were speaking it, you can only give what you have, and none of them have faith. Most of the people in the Bantu truth don't even have faith, so they can't give you nothing they don't have either. Treacherous, reckless, conceited, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of El Shaddai, having a form of godliness, but denying its power. I told the Father, I don't want to live without power. I said, I refuse. I done said that many years over and over and over. Tell me all the time, like I refuse. If I can't live this thing out, I'd rather not do it. If I can't have what this Bible says I can have, I'd rather take it and burn it to a crisp and just do what I want to do. But I refuse to be fake. I refuse to have a form of guidance but deny your power. Either I'm going to have your authority or I'm not going to have anything at all. That's always been my prayer. I want to walk this thing out. I'm tired of reading about it. I want my own adventures. That's when I was younger. And then I started to see some things. So I seen that my life was like biblical. So wait a minute, hold up. I'm seeing some things. And Father confirmed it. Son, you always saying your life is biblical. I said, yeah. He said, that's because it is. So you mean I'm in the book? He said, yes, son. He said, you're all through that book. Turn away. What did it say? Turn away from those who have a form of godliness but have no power. Meaning what? They have no faith. That's where sin lies. In faithless people. All right. For whosoever will seek to save his life shall lose it, and whosoever shall lose his life for my sake shall find it. That is literally speaking for us to go back home. The Father said for us to get there, it says, watch this, watch this. The woman flees to the wilderness. What does it say? It talks about preparation, right? So everything is there, what we need, right? Watch this. The woman and the dragon. And she gave birth to a son, a male child who will rule all the nations with an iron scepter. And her child was caught up to Yah and his throne. And the woman fled into the wilderness where the Father had prepared a place for her to be taken care of, nourished for 1,260 days. So once she made it to her place, once the people who's supposed to make it to the wilderness have made it there, guess what happens? Then war broke out in heaven. And what's going to happen? This is when Michael and his angels is going to do what? Bind the enemy for 1,000 years. The millennial reign begins. But some people are going to get their heads cut off. The saints reign with the Messiah for 1,000 years. But this is not the only begotten Son of Yahweh. Because he said you will not see me again until you say, blessed is he who comes in the name, who comes in my name. So he comes after this. Because look, watch this. Because after Satan is released, he kills the two witnesses. If the Messiah is one of the witnesses, then the Messiah gets killed again for the second time. Then his body put on incorruption. So how he get killed by Satan again? How does that make sense? Watch this. After the 1,000 years, he kills the two witnesses. If the Messiah is on the earth, you mean the Messiah can't keep the two witnesses from being killed? He ain't got no power, no authority. See, that don't make sense no more, right? Not in the slightest bit. Jazz, does that make sense?
It doesn't make any sense at all, King.
So the Messiah is so powerful. He said, do not touch me, for I have not ascended to my Father yet. Get to the Father, having all authority and power given to him, and then he gets killed again by the one who has been placed up under him. Make that make sense. But people believe their own fairy tales because they refuse to believe the truth. And the Father says, since you don't believe the truth, I will give you a fairy tale for the truth. That's why he says he will use the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. Why? Because the foolish things that you will not believe is actually the truth. But your wisdom is foolishness to him. It's stupid. It's futile. Make that make sense. Look at this. Now, when the 1,000 years have expired, Satan will be released from his prison and will go out to deceive the nations which are in the four corners of the earth. Gog and Magog. So you mean the Father has no power? The Messiah has no power to literally stop the enemy from spreading this junk again while he's on the earth? But all authority and all power? This has to be someone else. He should deceive the nations no more till the 1,000 years are finished. But after these things, he must be released for a little while. So watch this. So Satan is bound. We see him bound for 1,000 years. Watch this. After Satan's release, he kills the two witnesses. Revelation. Y'all gonna learn something today. Even if you learn that you're wrong, you're gonna learn something. You're gonna learn something. You're gonna learn something. But you learned that I learned I was wrong. Okay, good. You on your way to the kingdom. You're on your way to humility right there. That's good. It says you must humble yourself, receive the kingdom as a child, meaning receive it as a person who don't know nothing. If you come up here and think you know something, you can be like, all right, okay, probably gonna shut you down. And I will give power to my two witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,203 score days, the same things that the woman is in the wilderness. The woman flees to the wilderness for 1,260 days, which is the same thing that's right here in Revelations. For 1,260 days. So who in the world? So the woman is under the care of the two witnesses who have power. Now watch this authority that they have. These are the two olive trees and the two candlesticks standing before the Messiah of the earth. That's what the banner is. Owned by Yah. Let's go. And if any man, so it literally shows the mark, like, well, who is the witness? Well, one of them was right there. You see that banner right there? It's literally this right here. Two olive trees, two candlesticks standing before the Messiah of the earth. And you got David saying that the Messiah is on my right hand, that I should not be moved. Meaning no one else can take David's place. He's always there. Making him one of the olive trees and one of the candlesticks, standing before the Messiah of all the earth. And you know that because it says that David always foresees the Messiah. And if any man will hurt them, fire proceedeth out of their mouth and devoureth their enemies. So literally, you have protection there now. Because now these two witnesses are killers. They're your protection. No other person on this earth has this fire in their belly. So everyone claiming to be king should have a fire in their belly. Because if they don't, they are false. And that's why I always bet people's lives. I play for souls because it's not a game to me. So if you definitely try to come against me, I'm playing for the death. That if I'm wrong, may I die. If you're wrong, may you die too. That's how I play. I always play for death. I will always play for death because I know my hand is greater than your hand. Because I done experienced some things and literally know what's on the inside of my belly. I know what I felt. I know what I had. Do you know what you got? I'm going to put my life on the line for it. What about you? I'm going to put my life on the line for what I know. What about you? I'm not talking about something I read. I'm talking about something I live daily. Period. And if any, I will run circles around y'all pastors, apostles, Hebrew Israelites, run circles around some of the Bantu. I will run circles around the Bantus, around this word, run circles around them. And if any man will hurt them, he must in this manner be loved, hugged. No, he must in this manner be killed. Stop breathing. These have power to shut heaven, that rain out in the days of the prophecy, and have power over waters to turn on the blood, and to smite the earth with all plagues, as often as they will. The witnesses killed and raised, and when they shall have finished their testimony, the beast that ascendeth out of the bottomless pit. Wait a minute, hold on. How long was the was Satan put into the bottomless pit? Jazz.
He's put into the pit for 1,000 years.
For 1,000 years, right? So now we're seeing that that Satan is getting out of the bottomless pit, bro. Like, this is crazy right here. It says that, and their dead bodies shall, all right, so like, and when they shall have finished their testimony, the beast, which is Satan, that ascendeth out of the bottomless pit, shall make war against the two witnesses. So he's gonna make war against the only begotten son of Yah, and shall overcome him and kill him again. He shall die on the stake again, right? Does that make sense?
Oh,
So this has to be, now watch this though, but there during 1,000 years that Satan is put away, there is a millennial reign, right? A whole millennial reign for 1,000 years, a reign of peace. This cannot be the only begotten son of Yah that is leading this 1,000 peace on this earth. Cannot be. It's a whole nother person. And the scripture proves it. Now, whether you believe the truth or not, that's your fault. But it will be a witness against you. And the beast that ascended out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them. Notice it didn't say him. And shall overcome them. No, it doesn't say him. And kill them. No, it doesn't say him. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city. So I don't care what your mind is telling you. You better tell your mind to shut up. The Bible says to cast down thoughts and imaginations and every high thing that tries to exalt itself against the knowledge of the word. So if your mind is telling you something different than what the word is saying, tell it to shut up. It says every imagination. Doesn't matter what you feel. I got goosebumps from that. I don't care. Cast it down. Cast the old thing down. Casting down imaginations and every high thing. That means your thoughts. That exalts itself against the knowledge of Yah. And bring it into chains. Every thought to the obedience of the word. Casting down arguments. Well, if that's the truth, then why is this? Cast that crap down. Believe the word for the first time in your life. Almost like they say, Kellogg's Frosted Flakes. Taste it again for the first time. So I'm saying, live this word out for the first time. We tear down arguments. We tear down questions and every presumption, meaning you think you know something, set up against the knowledge of Yah. So right there, it tells you right here that your thoughts leading to your own understanding is set up against the Father. Every single time that you lean to your own understanding, you are literally setting yourself up against the knowledge of the Father. Now, it's the knowledge of Yah. That means you're setting yourself up against the Spirit. So those who say they have the Spirit, but then questions what the word says, how do you have the Spirit? Because the Father's Spirit will never question the Spirit. Never. He will never question his own word. He'll test it out to see if it is his word. And we take captive every thought. Every thought means every thought, to make it obedient to the word. Throwing down imaginations. You just turn into a world federation. You wrestling some things. You wrestling in your mind. Throwing down imaginations and every high thing that is exalted against the knowledge of Yah, and bringing every thought into captivity to the obedience of the word. Reasonings, bringing down, and every high thing lifted up against the knowledge of Yah, and bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of the word. So your reasonings need to be brought down low. Anything that goes against the word of Yah needs to be torn down. There is no way that the Messiah is going to be here getting killed while Satan rises up to go terrorize the world again. That doesn't make sense. I don't care what your spirit says. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also, now watch what it said. Now this is the Messiah, where also the Messiah was crucified, signifying it is not him as one of the two witnesses who was being killed during the millennial reign. Signifying, look at it says, and it says, it was said, and they was laid at the Messiah's feet, and he brought him back to life. You don't see that. The Messiah is not even on the earth at this time. The only begotten Son of Yah has not come at this time. Can you see that, Jazz?
I can see it, King.
It's right here in the scriptures, right? Do we have to make anything up? It's right there.
Right here.
But the church is taught, this is Jesus right here. You know what? They wouldn't even touch Revelations because they had no revelation. The church really didn't touch Revelation. And when they did, they always messed it up. When it came to the two witnesses, they always said, that's the church and the believers. Shut up. No, it's not. It says two people. So how you going to go for two to having like two sanctuaries? This is the sanctuary of the Father. That's what this is. This is all the people who believe in him. We're one. Like, look, no, it's not what it's saying. It's literally talking about two literal people. Like 1, 2. Come here. But people can't ever imagine that two people will have so much authority. Why? Because you've been taught by weak people. Christianity is weak. It's deprived. It has no power, no authority. Black Hebrew Israelite is weak. It is literally like waste. The Bantu truth is weak. It's like waste too. Because it has no authority, no power, no nothing. That's why they sit over there like no power, no authority. While everyone is running rampant over throughout their land, what they doing? Good morning, brothers and sisters. We have a word to bring to you. I would be out there blowing up buildings. Good morning, brothers and sisters. Look what we're about to do today. We're about to go see this, that church right there. We have loaded it down with explosives. Watch us blow it up. I'm going to be crazy. And I'm looking for it like I want someone to try to come and get me. Please come. Because I want this fire to come through and burn your ass up. Kill you right where you stand. I'm looking for murder. All day long. Because then everybody else is going to scatter when they see it. That's what I want to bring. I want to bring some destruction straight to the land. And I'm coming there dropping bombs, and I want the people to know about it. So when they see it, like, we can't stop him. Why? Because he got fire in his belly. And then he got people get killed. I want like, come here. Where your authority at? The Father said he is going to strike the oceans, strike the lands, so we can cross on dry shot to get to the other sides. I'm waiting for this war. I was born for this. That's all I dream about. Going over there and killing some people because they need to die. They're going to get the point. Either you're going to get in line or you're going to die. And I can care less. So, and they are the people of the kindred and tongues. Look at how the two witnesses are. They're not lovey-dovey. And they are the people and kindreds and tongues and nations shall see their dead bodies 3 days and a half, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in the graves. Why? Because they treated them so well, right? They gave them goosebumps when they talked. And they that dwelt upon the earth shall rejoice over them. They're going to rejoice that they're dead. Why? And make merry, and shall send gifts one to another, because these two prophets tormented them that dwelt on the earth. They brought pain. They brought torment. They mocked them. They teased them. You know what it says? They tormented them, right? Jazz.
Huh?
It says it torment them, right?
Tormented.
Does that mean give people hugs and kisses? Make them feel all good about themselves? Give them a pep talk?
Nope. No such a thing.
And to show you that the Father means what he said right there, let's go to Psalms 2. And look what it says, how they feeling. And look what the Father's response to them is. He's like, you better get your butt in line and do what my king said before he kill you, just by getting upset just a little bit. Look what it says, the triumphant Messiah. This is not the only begotten son of Yah, but he's a son of Yah. The triumphant Messiah. Why do the nations rage and the peoples plot in vain? They're being tormented. The kings of the earth take their stand, and the rulers gather together against the Father and against what? His anointed king. Let us break their chains. What happened? They've been brought down low, and they are now our slaves, and cast away their cords. The one enthroned in heaven laughs, so the Father is laughing at them. And what? The Father helps them. Or does he taunt them? What does it mean to taunt, Jazz?
Make fun of, mock.
Oh, okay. So that's like a torment then, right?
Yes, it is.
So the Father is with the two witnesses, with them tormenting the nations. That's what it seems like, right?
That's what it says.
Because the Father has empowered the two witnesses to do what they do.
Hallelujah.
That's why if anyone goes against me on this word like that, they always get mocked. Because the Father says that no flesh shall go before his sight. None.
Bless you, Lord.
Then he rebukes them in his anger. He rebukes them in love. He rebukes them with cuddly, willy feelings. He sends hearts over to them. He sends I care over to them. Or does it say he rebukes them? He corrects them in his anger. Does it say he corrects them in his anger? So they're trying to get free, and the Father goes after them in his anger. What you doing? Get your butt down in that cage. Sit there. Turn around and look at the wall. Play twiddle your thumbs. I don't care what it is, but you ain't getting free. You ain't getting set free. And look at this. And terrifies them in his fury. What is fury? Is that love? Is that love, bunkers? Is that like what they do, like snow angels? Is that anything cuddly wully? Is that teddy bear? Like it meant furry, right? It meant furry, not fury, but furry, like a furry animal. Is that what it meant, Jazz? Or did it mean fury? Like what's fury?
Extreme anger, indignation.
Oh, that just don't sound good. That couldn't be. Now I don't want that one. I don't want the Yah of vengeance. I want the Yah of forgiveness. I mean, but right here in Psalms 2, like he's still angry at the nations. Like they're walking out a sentence.
Whew.
You understand now? We have 490-year sentence. 490 years of anger, resentment. What do you think the nations is holding? How many years do you think they're going to be in prison? For 1,000 years. because he has to pay you back double. He has to cover up what everything that the cankerworm has eaten up. You have to get your 490 years back plus and then some. You understand? Look what he says. I have installed my king, which would be the anointed one, on what? Zion, upon my holy mountain. I will proclaim the decree spoken to me by Yah. So this is the king saying, I will declare and decree what was spoken to me by my father. What did the father say to this king? He says, you are my son. Today I have become your father. This would be said to the son many, many years ago. He will be declaring it before the people, telling him what the father said to him years ago, not just now. Ask me and I will. What did he say? Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. This is some things here. All you gotta do is ask. He got a little list, a shopping list, a shopping cart list, a worldly list. Like, look, ask me and I will make. What's that song like? Hush, little baby, don't you cry. What's the other words that he said? Like, if that diamond ring, he's trying to give him all the stuff. If this don't work, then I'm gonna give you this. It's like that. Ask me, and I will make the nations. Did that say your inheritance? Do you see that right there? The king gets the nations as his backyard, his inheritance. They're under his authority. The ends of the earth, your possession. That means every single land, Russia, America, UK, Germany, everything you name it becomes the king's. Are y'all listening to this? You will break Russia. You will break America. You will break all of them with an iron scepter. You will shatter them like pottery. Just like the Messiah was given authority to lay down his life and take it back up again, so this king has been given authority to break the nations with an iron scepter, to shatter them like pottery. And I'm the right one. Oh, because I'm not scared of nobody. I want people to bring it. I want the cops to come. I want CIA to come. I want all of them to think they got something so I can blow them all away.
Wow.
I'm waiting for the war. Literally waiting for it because I know what's on the inside of me. So when I go to the land, I'm not fearful. I'm not scared about nothing. I want people to try something so I can see this fire in my belly come out for the first time. So I can see like, oh, that's what that was. I felt that, been feeling that for a long time, but I've seen it now on your body. He's a burnt sacrifice. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see people die. I'm waiting. Therefore, be wise, O kings.
Wow.
Be admonished, O judges of the earth. Meaning what? Watch your tongue. Serve Yah with fear. And he means fear like shake in your boots. And rejoice with trembling. Like praise Yah. You know, you scared to say praise him. You shaking all over. That's what he means. Praise him with fear. Praise him with trembling. So the same thing that your church says, like, you know, perfect love casts out fear. Kick that out. Praise him with perfect fear, with perfect trembling. They say you ain't supposed to tremble before him. The word says differently. You better start trembling. Look what it said right here. Kiss the son. It didn't say kiss the father. Say kiss the son. This is the king. Lest he be angry and you die in your rebellion. That means he will put you to death. He has no problem with killing you. Do you understand? Either do what I say or die. That's exactly what it is. And you perish in your rebellion. When his wrath ignites in an instant. What does instant mean? Is that like 2 minutes to warm up, or is like seconds?
Quick temper, seconds, minutes, not even minutes, nanoseconds.
So he's ruling with an iron fist. Anything that moves opposite of what he says is dead.
Squashed.
You see how that moves now? Everything, if I say this is going to be done instantly. When I say this is going to be done here, anything that's not moving and trying to go against authority, have them killed. Blessed are all who take refuge in him, in the king, because the Father's with him. So the nations can't wait for him to die. He said he tormented them because these two prophets tormenting them that dwelt on the earth. And you can see why now, because it's in Psalms 2. They're being mocked, teased, all the whole entire time while this king is in power. Everything that they did to our people, they suffer through it too. They're made, watch this, to come to the feast. They're made to keep the Sabbath. Let me look at y'all real quick. Can you imagine? You have been keeping holidays, Christmas, and all that stuff for a long time. Then all of a sudden you wake up and you can't keep Christmas no more. 4th of July is gone. You mean we can't cut the turkey no more? Thanksgiving? No. Today is Passover. You make sense? Everyone around the world got to keep Passover. Today is the Sabbath. Everything closes down. Anything open up gets killed. No buying on the Sabbath. Keep your butt in your house. Spend some time with your family. Can you imagine you being forced to actually have to rest? If you plan on this part of the land, you got land property. Like, all right, since you plant a garden over here, you can only plant over here for a certain amount of time. Because see, the stranger is under the same law as us. And since we're in control, the whole world is now under the law of the Father. So what are we keeping our land? They got to keep in Germany. They got to keep in America. They got to keep everywhere else. Just like we've been forced to sing Kumbaya and sing Dashing Through the Snow and the one show, all that crap. Since we had to sing this crap and Father had to hear us sing some abominable song, Father's like, you're going to sing some praises, buddy. Everything that has breath, damn, is going to praise me or die. You're going to be forced to be righteous. I'm going to make the crooked places straight. Even if you don't want to be straight. Gay people are going to just turn straight. It's like, I don't desire the same sex no more. I don't even know what's wrong with me. You can't even do it no more. Everything in you is going to turn straight. You're going to be forced to keep the law. You're going to be learning the 10 Commandments. What the 10 Commandments say? You better recite them. Instead of you saying, I pledge allegiance to the flag, you're going to be saying, reciting the 10 Commandments for 1,000 years. And it's going to be torment because it's not in them to do it, but they're being forced. These are chains about their neck. That's beautiful. You are forced into righteousness. You are forced to treat your brother right. You are forced to treat your sister right. You can't kill because you want to. But if you break the law, you will be destroyed by the same law that you have broken against. The true earth will be ruled by righteousness, right order, right decrees, forced. And even still, people be in their inside like, I wish I can just purge. The whole inside on them is like, I can't wait till this is over. It's so peaceful. You wake up in the morning, you ain't got no gossip. Well, we don't need for the news no more. For soap operas. Anything else is gonna mess you up. You ain't gonna be hearing no Lil Wayne. You ain't gonna be hearing no Lil Wayne, no Rihanna, no Beyonce, all the women is independent. You ain't gonna be hearing none of that. Nope, that'll be banned. It'll be banned. So your music you want to play and what you want to do on your own creativity in that sense will have to be word based. Because if it's not word based, it'll get no play. It has to be done by the spirit. Because if it ain't done by the spirit, it can't get no play. Can you imagine that? Can't touch this. No Tupac, no none of this stuff can be played. It's gotta be all praises to him. Praises for family. You know, things that lined up with scripture. Can you imagine this? And people going to hate this. And be like, oh, I hate that they love one another. Ugh, can't stand that they're singing songs and praises to him. No one wants to kill one another. Oh my goodness. It's no killing all my holy mountain. You can die everywhere else, but you can't die on a mountain. Not on his holy mountain. If you ain't on a holy mountain, you can die. So that means execution will be taking place somewhere else, but not on the holy mountain. The decree will be given from the holy mountain, but it will be carried out somewhere else. And anyone who does not come to the feast, an army is sent against them, and their land is given no rain to let them know that we mean business. That's what's coming. So everyone say, I want to keep Friday sundown, Saturday sundown. Can't do it no more. That's banned. There is no going to church on Sundays. That's banned too. I want to praise them on Sunday. Nope. Can't do it. That's not the Sabbath. It won't even be called Sunday no more. It won't be called Mondays, it won't be called Monday. It will be called something totally different. You'll be forced to live the word. That's what we headed to. That's the millennial reign. Living out the word. Every thought and imagination that exalts itself higher than the knowledge of Yah, pull down. Because the enemy is not there to cause any drama. So therefore, the word will be able to live out freely. But still in people's inside, they'll be like, oh my goodness, I can't believe I'm doing this. There's something wrong with me. Yeah, you got a new mind for the first time. I haven't killed nobody in 10 years. Good job. You got like what? Close to 1,000 more left. Watch this. It's the feast that gives you life. It adds years to your life. The right feast, the right Sabbath adds years to your life because the fear of Yah, what? Multiplies the years of your life. And none of you all can reign in the millennial reign without getting the fear, because the fear of Yah is what's going to cause you to last long as a millennial, as 1,000 years. Without it, you will die. Because you're going to do something to piss the people off, and you're going to die. So the father's people is going to be given the fear of Yah, while the nations will have a yoke placed around their neck, forcing them to keep what we keep, when the inside of them wants to keep something different. It's going to be torment for them. You understand what the torment is? The torment is you being forced to be righteous. Think about that. You're being forced to go against the nature of you, to be righteous, to be holy, to be truly set apart. Since the nations are given into my hands, whatever's going on in the land is going to be going through all my lands. Can you imagine people trying to snuggle old movies? We're killing in it. Like, yeah, that was my movie right there, Minister Society. Not no more. That stuff is banned. You can no longer watch it. It's burnt at the stake. That would be considered as witchcraft. Can't keep it. Can't watch it no more. Because in the millennial reign, it's peace. So anything that ensures for peace is allowed. Anything that's not of peace, can't do it. Who knows? It didn't say we'd be eating animals. So you might be like I ain't had a steak in a long time. You can't kill an animal. Can't do it. It's on all his holy mountain. You ain't gonna be killing. He gonna watch this. He gonna make the lion just sit there and eat grass. If the lion can eat grass, you gonna eat some grass. You ain't gonna be eating him if he can't eat you. It's not right. Well, the Father never said I won't be eating you. Say you wouldn't be no killing on all my holy mountain. So if you're on the mountain, something's gonna be given to you differently than what you had the first time. You might be able to eat some fish or something like that, you know what I'm saying? That probably ain't gonna change. But to be going out just like, man, today I want some deer. The deer is not messing with nobody. But you're gonna come up here like, come here. I'm gonna eat you today. We're gonna have delicious food today, man. What we having today? Deer. No, you're not. You ain't having deer. We ain't gonna be killing on the mountain. It says there's no killing on all the holy mountain. So we don't know what that is yet. You know what I'm saying? But I'm looking at if they ain't no killing, whew, we gotta think about some things. Some stuff might be changing in our diets. Do you know that the whole creation is groaning to be released? You know that animals are forced to kill one another because of the curse. That once we're put back where we're supposed to be at, that's why they're given a covenant of peace amongst themselves as animals too. So that's why the lion now has to eat straw, because now he has brotherhood with what he used to eat. Any other time back in the day, boys, you would have been already in my belly right now. You know what I'm saying? Me and my pride would have been already in the ate you. But because we're in a moment of peace, I'm gonna let you stab me. Eat. You mind if I share some of this grass with you? Mind if I share some of this straw with you? Can we dig in? Can you? It's strange. Can you imagine? That's what I want to see. I am looking forward to seeing that. To see a lion like just the best dark straw I ever had in my life. Now, why is this? That's symbolic with Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar, it said his heart was lifted up as a beast. And he was literally, he went down and what? And ate grass like an animal. So if he can make the heart of this man change and eat grass like a beast, he can make any beast eat straw. The Father always give a shadow or a foreshadowing of what's to come. Always. We just don't see sometimes. We're just so busy trying to read through some stuff and miss the different nuggets along the way. I focus on the small parts because the small parts are the conjunctions to the big parts. The enemy's always trying to do it big. The Father's always trying to do it small. Because the small always reveals what's really big, the big picture. While everyone's always looking for the big picture, they always miss the small part that makes the big picture. So they're always looking at this big thing, but never ever get the knowledge of the truth. While the person who's actually searching for the intricate details, they're going to always get the big picture. Because it's the small details along the way that gives you what's really going on. Just like we just looked over here. They would not be able to buy, sell, or trade. Now think about it. If you don't have a job, how can you buy? How can you sell? How can you trade? Forget a chip. Forget a chip. If you don't have a job, how can you buy, sell, or trade, let alone fly? We're no longer allowing you to come into the airport if you've not been vaccinated. Forget a chip. See how that don't make sense no more? You can be chipped all day long, but if you ain't got a vaccination, how you gonna come up here anyway? If you can't show me that you've been vaccinated, I'm not letting you in. So the world's been telling us all this time, let's put it like this. The enemy has been telling us all this time, it's a chip. It's a chip. Look for a chip. Look for an image. for this. These are all decoys. So then when this vaccination comes, it looks so harmless. But the Bible tells us to be wise as serpents and harmless as doves. The serpent is street smart. It's looking for things that other people is not looking for. So it's looking for things out of the ordinary. Things that seem practical, snake is not looking for that. It's looking for things that don't seem practical. That's the wisdom of the snake. Now, since the world's always been telling us, we've been seeing it in the Christian movies, we've seen it in other movies, we've seen this all the time. The fact that they're blasting out all the time, chips, chips. That lets me know right here, this can't be it. Because the enemy wants us to be focused in on the chips. So then when the vaccination comes, like, oh, okay, go ahead, stab me right here. I'm just waiting for my chip. I'm gonna refuse the chip. When the chip comes, I'm gonna refuse it. But this vaccination, come on, right here. Because I need my job, buddy. I need my job. I can't pay for nothing. I can't work. I can't do anything if I don't have this vaccination. So go on and give me this. Go on and give me the vaccination. Go on, do it. Go on, do it. Go. That's cool. Now let me go to work. But when this chip come out, I'm waiting for the chip. I'm gonna say no to it. They got you focusing on the chip while slipping it right on through you. Because you ain't expecting it. Then the Messiah says, like, if you had known how the enemy was going to come, you would not suffer your house to be broken into. You know how many people is allow their house to be broken into right now? Because they was not expecting how the enemy was going to come. So do not be ignorant of his devices. So the enemy's going to tell you how he's going to come and then come another way. I'm coming through a chip. He's going to have 666 on it. And you're going to receive it. And soon what? Everyone's going to be chipped. Nah. Everyone's going to have to be vaccinated. And then you see, watch this. What's the dead giveaway? And the gates. So, like, if we're not putting a lean to our own understanding, that means the Messiah is going to tell us who the beast is and how he's going to come. We ain't got to go, I wonder how the beast is going to come. I wonder who it is. Number one, the Messiah he just started spilling tea. Those who have ears to hear, let them hear what the Spirit, what the word is saying. Number one, do not call any man father on earth. But that would be contradictory of honor your mother and your father. Is he contradicting himself or is he saying something specific? He's saying something specific. So he's telling you, number one, something is coming up that's going to be called father. A position is going to be father. He is warning you against it. Now, where does the father come? Bro, where does the father come from? Is there an organization that this person who calls himself father, is there an organization? The Roman Catholic Church. Oh, so he's warning you against the church. The whole entire, he said the gospel's going to come from this church. On top of that, he's going to tell you about the teachers. Do not be called a rabbi. Chinkies, I wonder who was called rabbi. Surely we don't have any rabbis amongst our Black Hebrew Israelites. Yes, we do. A lot of our Black people are calling themselves rabbis. They see it in the word, say don't do it, but they still do the opposite. But who is the originator of being called rabbis? Who are them? The Ashkenazi Jews. They don't call none of the people teachers. They call all themselves rabbis. He just warned you against the ones who are going to say that they are Jews but are not. Just in the scripture right there, just in the word alone, he just wrote that down. The next one. And the gates of hell will not prevail. It's a parable. People are like, what you talking about? And the gates of hell will not prevail. When you look up Gates, Bill Gates, he's the one behind COVID-19 vaccination. And then you literally look up and see where it's coming from. And you see this thing called Denmark. Den signifying the mark. The mark. The hell is right there. The mark. Denmark symbolizes the mark. Then you put Bill Gates with it, and he hires Denmark, a Danish factory in Denmark, to make a vaccination. Gee. And then, for some odd reason, every single person who receives a vaccination seems to get this on their arm. And they call it COVID arm.
Wow.
Even though you get it, still get the vaccination. Here it is right there. The mark of the beast. They all have received the mark of the beast because this is exactly what it looks like on their patent. The very thing that shows up on the patent is now showed up on their arm. Vaccine delayed skin reaction, redness, rash a week after shot. The mark of the beast. Literally, a mark. Where's the chip at? Arm rash caused by COVID vaccine is not harmful. The hell it's not. You done lost your salvation if you even had one. You done trusted in man and now has been doomed. Now watch this. The word says that they gonna stink. You ain't gonna want to be here for that. You ain't gonna want to smell that. Rotten flesh. Everyone who receives, and I think about what they probably put in this vaccination, it's gonna cause boils. They come upon their bodies. And they stink. Rotten flesh. He's gonna probably smell something like abominable. And everyone who receives this mark has been etched out of the Lamb's Book of Life. Every single person. There's no coming back for them. And because he says, I'm not going to receive this mark. It's like, all right, bye-bye. No man will buy, sell, or trade. He says, and he causes all. Causes like a force through policy. How am I, man, how you going to cause everyone to receive this mark, man? I'm ready for this chip. I'm ready for the chip. So the chip didn't come. The chip came earlier. Now they're looking at it. So a pandemic came. What was that? COVID-19. They shut everything down. Everything. Even the churches. Shut it all down. Now you can get vaccinated. If you can't get vaccinated, it's going to be watch. You can't work. Let's see. It just happened to him. So you can't say, well, that never happened to me. Okay. Remember, it says the wisdom of this world is foolishness with the Father. Look at all kids is getting it. Look at this. It's the same mark. Now let's bring up the coronavirus. Coronavirus patent. There it is. Says severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus. Severe. This mug is severe. A respiratory virus. What we want to see what the picture look like. And then when we see the picture, it literally shows us they put a lot of stuff in this. Look at this. Look at all this stuff that they put in it. The pub chem substances that's inside of this coronavirus. Look at all this they put in it. And then this thing shows up on your arm after receiving it. Literally shows up on your arm showing that you have the virus. I want the one that says isolated from humans. So I think that's the one we want. So we can show you the picture with the COVID arm. There it is right there. Look. This right here. This is the very thing that's been put on these people's arms. Look at that arm. Look at that figure right there. Let's go to the COVID arm. Boom. Same thing. This is the mark. It literally leaves a mark on your body. Fear should be gripping the heart. I bet you fear is gripping these hearts. When they first heard it, I bet you they was probably fearful, like, oh my goodness, you have been cut off. You are not as holy as you think you are. Moderna arm, vaccine rash, no worse with second shots. Look, this is exactly what's being produced in your body. What they want to do. This is the mark of the beast. You have received exactly what they want you to receive. Look at this. Look at this crap right here. Get your butt over. It won't move over. There we go. Look at this crap. Look at how that arm look. Now look at this. Boom, right here. Don't they look the same, Jazz?
They're the same, King, as far as I can see.
Look at this crap right here. Look at that. Here, here, here. Let's go back and look at it again. Boom. Here, here, here. All these spores right here. Look. It's the same thing that is happening to these people. These are the things that's going to pour out on your body. Now, I'm about to read you his dream, right? That he just had here recently. Now, you can take and see what's actually going on and see what's going to be popping off. All right, now here we go. Y'all ready for this? Because I don't even know if I was ready for it. It was just crazy, right? Woo! Let's bring it out. All right. Kusabi King, good late evening. I hope that you are still awake as I want to share with you a really disturbing waking lucid vision I had at work today. Do not know what to make of it. I'm asking the great Father about it. All praise to him and all came before his glory. As I was testing some equipment, automated tests, I had winked for a second, feeling sleepiness, and in that flashing instant, I was in a vision. I was driving my truck on some freeway. I didn't readily recognize. Father, let me go somewhere real quick. Dead bodies, COVID-19 vaccination. Look, there we go. There we go. What are they doing? If all appeals COVID-19 vaccines as case rises, they're burning the bodies. Yeah. Workers cremate victims. Told you. It's to kill you. The mark of the beast. They are cremating these bodies. Do you see this? family. You say, wow, that's a body. That's a body. There's some bodies over there.
Wow. Wow.
Don't you want to love somebody? It's a real body that's being burnt up. Might be two bodies in there. They are burning the people. They're burning unclaimed bodies. So many people are falling down dead. Volunteers burn unclaimed bodies as death toll rises. Come on now. People are just dropping down dead. Now listen to this story now. Listen to this vision. I saw this huge diesel truck, right? Let me see. In my vision, I was driving my truck on some freeway. I didn't readily recognize, and among some cars and approaching from the view of my passenger side mirror, I saw this huge diesel truck, a gunmetal dark gray color with some kind of white markings. I could not read, barreling past me in lane right of me. As it sped past me, coming into view, I was aghast and horrified. I saw that the truck bed was carrying a huge cage, open air crate that were filled with bodies, that was filled with bodies, that was filled with bodies of people just thrown in, piled on top of each other. They were dressed in their everyday clothes. I knew they were dead. Now look at these bodies being burned. They're unclaimed bodies. They're just falling down. People just dying. Now watch how this works, Sarah. This is powerful. Oh, watch this. Somebody about to go ahead and give some Father some praise. When I read this, y'all gonna be like, oh my goodness. I had to stand up and jump around and praise the Father for this, because y'all about to see this scripture really was saying something really, really real, right? When I put it up there, you can be like, wait a minute, say what? Oh, that is real. King, that was on point right there. Oh my goodness. I gotta give him some praise right now. Can we pause real quick so we go ahead and give him some Watch this. Y'all gonna be like, dang, that makes so much sense. 10,000 may fall. Woo-wee! Oh, if I told you, sir, wow. 8,000 may fall at your side. That means dead. And 10,000 at your right hand may fall down dead, but it will not come near you. Do you understand now? COVID-19, the vaccination is the mark of the beast. Look what it says right here. You will only observe with your eyes and see the punishment of the wicked. COVID-19 vaccination is the punishment of the wicked. Then no harm will befall you. No disaster will come near your tent. Do you understand this word is real?
It's real, King. It's real.
It makes sense now, don't it? Wow. Oh my goodness. Because you have made Yah, who is my refuge. Even El Shaddai, your dwelling place. Huh? Put your hands up. Owned by Yah, dwelling place. No evil shall befall you, nor shall any plague come near your dwelling. For he shall give his angels charge over you. That means David will be an angel. You're an atmosphere brought in the flesh. Listen to him. Messenger, right? He will give his messengers charge over you to keep you in all your ways. In their hands they shall bear you up, meaning with their prayers. Lest you dash your foot against a stone. You shall tread upon the lion and the cobra, the most deadliest things on earth, right? The young lion and the serpent you shall trample on the foot, meaning what? They shall have no power over you. Because it set his love upon me. Therefore, I will deliver him. You understand? I will set him on high because he has known my name. He shall call upon me and I will answer him. He is talking about the king to deliver his people. Watch this. I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him and honor him with long life, 1,000 years. I will satisfy him and show him my salvation. This is to the king who is over. Now notice, he said he shall give his angels charge over you. That's the end of you all. Now the Father goes into him, the one who this angel is. Like this angel, I will keep him in all his ways. In their hands they shall bear you up, lest you dash your foot against a stone. You shall tread upon the lion and the cobra, the young lion and the serpent you shall trample underfoot. He is speaking to this messenger, telling him what he shall do. Father's going to bring forth salvation through this messenger, or through the messengers. Does this make sense? Y'all there? Are y'all there?
Yeah, makes sense.
Have y'all heard it before? So they're just thrown in powder on top of each other. They were dressed in their everyday clothes. I knew they were dead because there was no movement at all. It was as if they all died suddenly. 10,000 falling in the right hand. 10,000. That's how it's going to be bad. 1,000 may fall at your side. That's 1,000 bodies. Falling at you walking down the street, then 1,000 people just fall. What the? It's a plague. And on your right hand, another 1,000 people die. And 10,000 at your right hand, that's a lot of people dying.
Wow.
But watch this. But COVID-19 shall not come near you. Why? Because COVID-19 is like the death angel. Now, to keep the death angel off your hind, you have to have the blood of the lamb on your doorposts. Now, let me see. Uncle Kenny's brought this out before. I brought this out before. But the blood of the lamb will be what? The banner. Raise the banner. It's the same thing as putting the blood on your doorposts. When I will see the blood, I will pass over you. When I see the banner, I will pass over you. Oh, that's my flock right there. Oh, that's my sheep right there. I know those who are mine because they got the banner up. They listened to my king when he said, raise the banner. Don't keep the banner up if you want to. When tragedy hits, don't try to rush to go put up the banner at that moment. It's a wrap for you. Something as foolish as putting up the banner is what the world will see. But people being saved by the banner being put up, because the Father says, watch this. There's a promise with this banner. If I be lifted up from the earth, I will draw all men unto me through a banner. Something is foolish, but it's the truth of what the word says. So anyone not putting up the banner, when your trouble comes, don't expect the Father to be listening to you. On that day, the Father will be laughing at you. Well, that's just mean thing to say. So what? It is what it is. I ain't got time to hold your hand. The word says, on the time when your trouble comes, since you didn't listen to the truth, he's going to laugh at you. He's going to mock you. The same way you mock the truth, he's going to mock at you. You're like, will somebody help me? You hear my voice like, will somebody help me? It ain't going to be no one there to help you. You're going to die agonizing death with nobody to help you. When all you had to do was be obedient and put up the banner. But you bad, you big, you can do what you want to do. So be it. It's on you. Have fun with it. But when the devil comes knock at your door and you ain't got no authority because you was not under any authority, See, the ones who's under authority gets authority to trample on snakes and scorpions. The one who refuses the authority the Father gives, you have been placed into the authority of the enemy. So, Father, we turn over every single person who's not listening to the authority of the enemy. May they be tormented. Let's go. All right. I know they were dead because there was no movement at all. It was as if they all died suddenly, doing whatever their lives were. And somehow they were all collected and unceremoniously thrown onto this horrible truck traveling down the freeway in the vision. And in the shock of this vision, I instantly came to full awake, trying to catch my breath. King, I was asking Father Abba Yah, great Father, what was that? I literally had to get up from my test station and go outside to collect myself. King, I was shook and disturbed. All I thought about today as I went to the gym, got food for myself, and finally here at home typing this out to you. Bless Baraka, you king. Kusabi King. Good morning. And again, so soon, I'm reporting to you this morning. Strange sight I've seen as I traveled to work this morning, approximately 5:30, going south on the 405 freeway. I almost thought that I was seeing the Albert Hitchcock movie, The Bird's High. The Bird's High. So he laughs. Seriously, though, King, as I was driving, paying attention to the traffic, I saw uncountable numbers of huge black ravens, almost like the same thing as like vultures. Ravens feed on dead. Why would these ravens? So these ravens got the Messiah talks, or the Father says, "Come and get ready to feast on the bodies." Did they not feast on our dead bodies? Did not the beasts of the earth begin to eat us?
Wow.
So the Father's providing food to the ravens,
Wow.
the beasts of the earth.
Wow.
That's what all along. Oh, that's the fourth. That's the fourth horseman right there. The beasts of the earth devour flesh. Man, got to be more careful. Stop listening to your so-called people who's teaching you because they don't know a damn thing. Let's go. I saw uncountable numbers of huge black ravens flying east over and above the 405 freeway. If you've ever driven on the freeway going towards Los Angeles, you will notice that there are big open skies over this part of LA, and where the 105 East and 405 South exchanges. And in these wide open vistas, I watched scores and scores flocks of these big black ravens fly high above the freeways in Los Angeles, heading east, contrasting against the gray, overcast morning skies. I've never seen a sight like this since I've lived here in SoCal. This was eerie, King. Like I said, I almost felt like this was the Albert Hitchcock movie, The Birds. Then, all right, here we go. Now, this is where it starts to get crazy, right? So this was today at 4:46 a.m. The day gets weirder and more stranger, King. About an hour ago, we're here in El Segundo. While here at work, had a thunder and lightning with no rain or drizzle, so severe that each strike shook the ground like a quake. There are reports some place got lit up and caught fire from the lightning. I thought to myself, Father Yah Tata Nazambi is very angry. We just got to see 10,000 fall on your right, another 1,000 falls on your left, and 10,000 fall on your right hand. It will not come. The plague of COVID-19 will not come near you. Hope y'all get that. COVID-19 is not your enemy. COVID-19 is your deliverance.
Wow.
If you fear COVID-19, it will kill you. If you fear it, it will kill you. Because whatever you fear will kill you. That's what's happening right now. People will be dying because of their fears. Most people are getting a vaccination because they what? They fear COVID-19. But if you're not of his, if you're none of his, COVID-19 will still kill you. Because it's the death angel.
Wow.
Inside of the COVID-19 is the variants of the Father, his DNA. The Hulk with Gamma was created in Dayton, Ohio. That's where I come from. Born in Dayton, Ohio. You can't make this stuff up. Tata Nzambi is very angry, and we know, and we who know better, and these heathens, the mindless, better fear, repent, and fall on their faces before him. The sin in this land here has not gone unnoticed by him. Here it is. Today at 1:16 p.m. King, I am sitting in my truck after being escorted out of my workplace, reporting that what you had already foretold has come to pass. Now, when did I say this to him? Let's go back up a couple days. This would be June 21st at 9:20 a.m. All right, so he sends me some artwork. See. Yep, here it is. So he tells me this. He said, all right, here it goes. He says, King Alert, I'm sending you this here at my workplace. Remember, June 21st, 9:20. Today is 29th. So how many days is that? 8 days, right? I'm glad. All right, so like he says, King Alert, I'm sending you this here at my workplace. Teledyne controls El Segundo, California. It's beginning. They are wanting to know our vaccinations status. And this has come from California policy, legislature, command, Governor Gavin Newsom. I said to him immediately, get ready to leave for the land. I hope you already been preparing. That's what I said to him. When he said what he said, all I heard the father says, tell him to get ready to go to the land. Get ready to leave for the land. I hope you're already been preparing. He says, I renewed my passport last year and before France and the EU closed off their borders last year. I had a trip to the DRC that was canceled. I was going to travel there with Sarah Singer and others associated with Bantu therapy. I says, I get you. You can't talk right now. I said, I get it. You can't talk right now. Call me when you get a chance, family. And then he sent me the vaccine status. Here it is. Let's read what it says. Teledyne technologies everywhere you look. It's paper, literally. I don't know if you can see that, but yeah, it's paper. I put it out probably in the group. And truth, saying truth is not biased, it's absolute. But it says on June 17th, which would be still in this month, right? 2021. The California Occupational Safety and Healthy Standards Board adopted the revised, things can be revised means change. Just because you don't have to be authorized to get a vaccination or show your vaccination doesn't mean that it won't come into law where you work. Then, what do you do? All right, so this job is already said, so I lost this job, I'll go to another job. But if that job said, all right, well, we got this standards in this state now. Then the standards in this state now. The standards in this state now. The standards in state now. Now you're starting to see now, no one will be able to buy or sell without having a vaccination. See how much sense that makes now compared to, I got to get chipped. Jazz, you got anything to say?
King, you're bringing it out. You're bringing it out. I don't have nothing to say except listen to the word that Tata Nzambi gives you.
Is this making sense, y'all?
Making sense, King. Complete, clear sense.
See what I'm saying? Is this making sense? Who are watching over by YouTube, watching by Facebook, over by Twitter? Is it making sense? You see how it all just tied in perfectly? How we didn't have to make no elaborate story like you're gonna get chipped. How now this little form right here has made people not only jobless, but homeless. If you can't work, you can't eat. If you can't work, how you gonna pay to keep your lights on in your house? If you can't work, how you gonna have clothes? How you gonna take care of your family? But they got your mind focused on the chip when this is the mark of the beast. Adopted the revive, so that's why he calls us all, both small and great, to receive a mark, because he's gonna put something else in front of your face as a decoy and then hit you with the okie doke on the side. This is not the chip. You've been put in movies, so many movies. The chip is coming. One day you're gonna get chipped. No, the hell I'm not. So then on the side right this, I'll take the vaccine. You hear people say it quickly. I'll get vaccinated, but I ain't gonna take that chip. And he calls us all, both small and great, young and old, rich and poor, to receive a mark. That makes so much sense. What we've been taught in church has been BS. I'm sorry, but it is what it is. What they've been trying to show in movies is BS. This makes so much sense. You can collect the dots with this. So other states are going to follow, forcing people to be homeless, which ties us back into Jerusalem or Shalem. If I forget about you, let me become homeless. Let me remain a slave in the place of my captivity. If I'm not thinking about going home, for he who will seek to save his life shall stay a slave and die in the place of his captivity. But he who will give up his life in the place of captivity shall find a new life. Makes so much sense. Let's go. I know you got something to say over there, Jazz.
King, Tata Zami has given me the word. I'm sitting here with the rest of the Goshen family, just listening, taking it in, being obedient.
Adopted the revised Cal OSHA COVID. This is OSHA. Someone said you may be onto something. Someone said you may be onto something about the okie doke. Even Sister Carrie Ann says that the vaccination is wicked, but it is not the mark. The Antichrist is desperate. They always play games. Exactly. See, the Father will be having the leader say the right words, while the ones that everyone's be following is going to be leading them. It says there's a way that seems right to every man, but the way is the way of death. So now it's going to be what the Father's doing. Like I said, he's going to begin to start soaring higher and higher and higher, going past what they don't understand. Who called it King Eswatini being removed? Who said that? Where'd that come from? Oh, Truth Colors. Why knows in the land say it? Now we prophesying some things. We speaking things, and Father's watching over those words to perform what I'm saying. What are they saying? Where's the Father answered them? Where have they ever asked about something and the Father answered them on it? Please tell me.
Phew.
Adopted the revised Cal OSHA. OSHA. We know what OSHA is, right? OSHA is the recommendation. That's a regulation. They're the health regulation. How your apartments got to be regulated. There's a certain status that your house got to be, your apartments, anything. If you have a business, OSHA controls it. So now this COVID-19 has reached OSHA level in Cali, making it law. Now can be given what? A badge with it. A badge of servitude. The vaccination has now taken on the same power as what the chip was going to take on. 19, Emergency Temporary Standard, ETS, and Governor Gavin Newsom signed an executive order to allow, watch this, the revisions to immediately take effect on June 17th, 2021. Effective immediately. The revised ETS set forth guidance for vaccination in the workplace. Oh, my mica magnesia. No one will be able to buy, sell, or trade without having a vaccination. We need to see that you've been vaccinated. People been walking around and ain't have no mask on their face, so they look like they've been vaccinated. But now we have to come up with a code, a system to show that you've been vaccinated. If you have not been vaccinated, you can't get this chip. You can't get anything else until you get this vaccination. You can't come back into society. So they kick everyone out of society. And now you got to give up your soul in order to come back in. You willing to do that? Everyone was kicked out of society.
Wow.
You're kicked out. Everybody kicked out. Everyone's get kicked out the New World Order. You get kicked out. If you want in, you got to get this vaccination. That's a death house. You got to sell your soul in order to come and play with where everyone else is playing with. But your life is like a vapor. It can be taken in an instant now. Because now you have death surging through your veins. So how long you gonna play in your car? You could probably drive in your new car that you just got. Man, I just got my new car, dog. I got a chance. I got vaccinated. At least I ain't poor. We have a crash on 11th and 900th Street. We have a crash on a 99th Street and 87th. 99th and 87th, don't go down this road. We have a crash. Authorities haven't been alerted for a crash. You have to take a detour on this side of the road. It just got real, didn't it? This makes so much damn sense. People are like, dang, why didn't I think of it? Because it wasn't for you to say. That's my job. Stay in your job, and I'm going to stay doing my job, all right? I do my job well, right? So, am I doing my job well?
You are kidding. You are.
Listen to this. Listen how this is all affecting now. This is all starting to affect family life. Watch this. No one questions that the vax has a clinical trial period that ends February 2023, mandatory vaccinating for something that isn't fully authorized. Wow, powerful, right? Watch this. What's crazy is that a friend of mine said a teacher told her that if her kids don't get the jab, they can't go to school. And she said that another wave of the COVID-19 will be starting in September. Gee, I wonder what's in September. That's right. I'm leaving in September. Dang it. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. My question is how does she know exactly? So people don't know. And since people don't know, they're going to have to come up with a system. And they're being already told by the governors. They're being told by the heads on them. They're having meetings while you sleeping, talking about we need to get everyone to get the vaccination. Everyone. They get it. We got to get these numbers down. And we do a real good job on vaccination, new vaccinations. Moderna is a new vaccination. We're going to lower it. So if you're taking the new Moderna, that's a murderer. You've been murdered by a smooth criminal. You've been hit by ta-ta. A smooth criminal. Oh, shoot. All right, look. So look, watch this. Watch this. The revised ETS set forth guidance for vaccination in the workplace and distinguishes between vaccinated and unvaccinated workers. Vaccinated and unvaccinated workers. It's the same thing that the Father says. He's looking through all the sheep. I will look at the sheep from one of the other sheep. I'm gonna start to set this one aside and set this one aside. This one's not mine. This one is mine. This one's not mine. This one is mine. That's what the Father's doing right now. So those who are receiving the vaccination, you're not mine. He don't know you. He don't want to know you. Get away from me with your cooties. Going over there. Going over there and die somewhere. The ETS will exempt fully vaccinated, ready to be cremated people, employees and visitors from wearing face coverings indoors. Employees and visitors who are not fully vaccinated will still be required to wear face coverings while indoors or in vehicles, subject to certain limited expectations or exceptions, e.g., being alone in a room or vehicle. How you gonna? So you can't play with society. So how you gonna buy and sell and trade if you can't play with society? You're being ostracized. You're being hated for his name's sake. Because to get the vaccination is to literally deny his name.
Mm.
Mm, 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 mm.
Yes.
Being alone in a room or vehicle, eating or drinking while maintaining physical distancing. You can't play with nobody. You at recess and you can't play with nobody. You gotta be on the monkey bars by yourself. Go swing by yourself. You wanna go play? Are you vaccinated? No, my mama said I can't play with you. I can't play with strangers. Can you swing me on the ring around Rosie? Are you vaccinated? No. Yeah, swing yourself. Can someone give me a push? You vaccinated? Nope, you gotta push yourself. This is where we at now. I'm using that example to show you where we are at. So how can you buy, sell, or trade? How you gonna keep your apartment? Your nest egg will run out eventually if you don't use it in the right manner to get the hell up out of here. Because pretty soon, you ain't gonna be able to go to the airports without showing you've been vaccinated. We don't want no unvaccinated people in the airport. How you gonna fly up out of here? That means there's gonna be a time frame to get the hell up out of here. If you don't make it, they're gonna come for you and literally try to make you squeal. That means they're gonna try to punish you before they kill you to see if you will actually break and take the vaccination. Can you imagine going through all the pain that you have to go through versus just believing the Father and getting up out of here? If you're worrying about money over in the land, I guarantee you your pain over here will be worse. They might gouge out your eyeballs first. You can't see nothing. You don't know what else they're gonna come and do to you. Are you willing to still? Are you willing? Can you hold out now not to take the vaccination? Well, they start cutting off on your arm. They ain't even cut off everything else yet. They just cutting on your arm. Can you take that pain and hold out to not get that vaccination? What if they start to beat you up till you're bleeding down on the floor? Well, stop if you take that vaccination. Oh, they're not just going to just kill you right away. Oh, We're going to torture you to see if you will break and get that vaccination. Which one you want? Get the hell up out of here, fly out of here, or think you can tough it out at your job for a couple more dollars when you actually go and get your papers saying you can't, work here no more. And on the same day, oh, you can't fly out here no more either. Your time to fly out of here is gone now too, because you thought to make a couple more dollars. Don't make sense no more, do it? Wow. Listen to this. Thank you for showing us what Italy is doing. Whoa. Listen to this. He says, heard the other day, Australia can't buy food without the vaccination.
It's already happening.
Is it not happening now, family? Are y'all starting to see it? And the king is getting ready to leave. I'm the bridegroom heading home. Literally. You've been hearing me the whole entire time. I've been proving it, been saying it. But most people are like, oh, he ain't it. They ain't it. Can't be the King David. Shut up. Now we done proved a whole bunch of stuff. Now what? Now what? Ain't nothing people talking about on the earth mean anything right now. We keep bringing out the truth. We don't point out Denmark is the mark, where the mark of the beast is coming from, which made the vaccination. Done proved it. What's good? Let's keep going. When job duties make a face covering infeasible or create a hazard. The ETS requires the employer to record the vaccination status for any employee and visitor not wearing a face covering. Indoors. To meet this requirement, employees and visitors who choose not to wear a mask at work must self-attest to a vaccination status. You got to show you've been vaccinated. If you can't bring one up, you're going to happen what happened to our brother right here. It was nice seeing you. I know you worked for us for like 15 years, 16 years, 17 years, 20 years, 30 years, but we don't need you no more. Clean out your drawer. Everything else, happy new life. On this day, you want to fly out. Oh, the airport is now, you must show that you have been vaccinated to board any flights. So we want to catch COVID-19 in the air. What? The door was open where we can just leave and go out where we wanted to go. You waited too late. You sought to save your life just a little bit. She was like Lot's wife who got out. But then I just want to see what's going to happen. My house, my car, she got destroyed with Sodom and Gomorrah. The same punishment that Sodom and Gomorrah came, she got it too. So it's like she was turning to salt. A pillar of salt. What that mean? That means she was turning to ashes. The same thing when the Father rained down fire and brimstone on Sodom and Gomorrah. So Lot's wife became ashes. She got the same punishment as Sodom and Gomorrah. Since you could not leave them alone, you're going to get everything they got too. Because I said, don't look back. But no flesh shall glory in my sight. If I look back just one time, no, he said, don't do it. So don't do it. And then when she did it, I was like, I'm going to show you. No flesh will glory in my sight. When I say something, I mean it. So she turned around. She thought she was going to be able to come back around. I just peek real quick and keep going. That's what it means by casting down every thought and high thing that exalts itself higher than the word of Yah.
You, King.
Your mind might be telling you something. I feel it's okay for me to do it. All right, go ahead and do it then. She got destroyed. And Lot He probably holding her hand and he probably felt her hand like, oh, shoot. I want to see what she look like. Lot, don't do it. Some people just can't let go. So they're going to kill you. I can't leave family. Bye-bye. It was nice knowing you. Here lies a fool who put family over what the word says. If you love brother, sister, mother, children, when you love me, you ain't worthy of the kingdom. Period. This is real life. And ain't no one talking like this. Nowhere. Because this is the place of salvation. Let's go. All right. So you got to show that you have been. You got to show your vaccination status. Teledyne will maintain a record of those that self-attest. Employees and visitors are required to provide accurate information about their vaccination status. What happened to you, bro?
Like I was telling you, King, when they pass these things out, I choose not to disclose, and they use that record against me. I got to let go.
Because you couldn't provide that you was vaccinated, right?
Right.
So no man would be able to buy, sell, or trade, or have what he was saying. If you can't, buy, sell, and trade is a parable. So people get caught on that. Well, you ain't better buy, sell, or trade without the mark. What's he saying to you? You won't be able to work. That's what he was saying to you the whole entire time. No one will be able to work without the mark of the beast. Hercules. See the parable? You can't buy, sell, or trade, meaning you can't work. That's all he was saying. You cannot have a job. There's going to come to a time that your job is going to require you to show a vaccination. If you can't have it, guess what? You ain't going to be able to work or pay for anything. You won't be able to get anything in society. You won't be able to get the hell out of here. Anything at all. You know why? Because you're going to be broke as hell. You are going to become a homeless hermit. And then you're going to be killed in the end because you thought to save here just a little bit longer with your cozy little life and your cozy little car. Make sense?
Speak. I had to deal with those thoughts today. Thank you, King.
So it's just a parable. You won't be able to buy, sell, or trade without having a mark, meaning you won't be able to work. The time is going to come when they're going to force everyone in their working stations to provide a vaccination status. If you cannot do that, you will be let go effective immediately from your jobs. How can you take care of your family then? So when the window opens up to get the hell out of Dodge, leave or stay. It's on you. But my words will be running through your head as you are dying. But at that time, it won't matter. Just hold on until they cut your head off, and then you wake back up in the millennial reign. Let's go. All right, to require to provide accurate information about their vaccination status in response to the questions below. Or alternatively, may decline to provide their vaccination status, as our brother did. If an employee or a visitor declines to provide information about their vaccination status, we will be required to assume they are unvaccinated.
That's what happened, King.
So if you unvaccinated, or you know what? It's simple. I just won't say if I've been vaccinated or not. Okay. Well, we'll automatically assume that you're not vaccinated, and we're just gonna let you go effectively immediately anyway. You see now? No one will be able to buy, sell, or trade. No one will be able to work without being vaccinated. Isn't that just so genius? It makes so much damn sense. It's like almost foolish, right? But why couldn't the church ever get it right? Because they're not the ones to. Why could not IUIC, GOCC, GM, all them, GMOs? Why they wait? The Ark, Hebrew Nation, Issachar, Mello, Messiah, Jonathan, what's her name? Carrie Ann. All these magical leaders, where they at? But someone need to find me Benny Hinn in his magic coat. Because right now, we need Mad Mud to spin that mug around like he's Superman and get rid of this COVID-19. It's powerful. All the miracle workers to just stop doing miracles. I ain't seen one video so far of a miracle lately. But back in the, it must not be that year. Because 2010 must have been that year, boy, because that coat, he was doing tours to every state, healing. Let's go look it up real quick. Benny Hinn Healing Tours Ministry. Let's go look it up. We're gonna go back to this real quick, but I just want to show the mockery. The very same thing that said that they holy and set apart, and see now that they ain't nothing.
Kenneth Copeland, don't forget him. We're gonna pray against COVID.
Oh yeah, Benny Hinn Healing Service. There we go. What they see VI one is it? He might have one coming up. It's a live miracle healing, so you got to tune in. Let me see. Live Zoom, live Zoom healing service with Pastor Benny Hinn. We gonna be on Zoom, not in person. We gonna be. We gonna Zoom this. You gonna receive your healing on Zoom. Look at this. Have you registered healing service Friday, June 19th? No, he didn't. Isn't that Juneteenth? You see this? You see this? Juneteenth via Zoom. And we want to claim that as our day? No, they can take that back. They can take Juneteenth back. Is he in a suit? Is that real? Benny Hinn holds healing service in a full hazmat suit. That can't be real. There has to be someone who just put him inside of it. Please tell me that's not real. This has to be fake.
It's fake. It's fake.
It's gotta be fake. That has to be fake.
Wow.
But where is this Benny Hinn at? See, the 2009, that was his year. He prayed for deaf and mute people. Look at people laid out on the floor. Look at this, all power. 2008 was his year too. Look at this. We got wheelchairs lined up. And people would say, when you talking about the truth, they was like, are you saving souls? Like, shut up. Are you even saved? They don't even know what saving souls mean. Saving souls literally means saving souls. Like you ain't dead. Your soul is saved, meaning you are still alive.
Wow.
People were killed for not receiving the name of Jesus. So it's the same thing like the vaccination. But when people start to see people get killed and be tortured They just got tired of seeing people getting tortured, so they begin to start to call upon the name of Jesus so they can stay alive. But they seek to save their life and lost it. So this vaccination is like the same thing as receiving the name Jesus instead of actually holding on to his real name. This is no different. This is the tribulation that's being cast upon the whole entire world. The same tribulation the church said that they're going to escape is the same tribulation that they have embraced and opened their doors to take what? COVID-19 vaccinations in the church. But this is as the scripture says. In churches. You can go to churches. Partnership with churches increases. March 23rd, 2021. Partnership with churches increases. COVID-19 vaccine delivery among, we're going to come to your church, among black population. We know you don't trust us, so we're going to come to the place you do trust. Incorporating black churches and clergy in COVID-19 vaccination, education, and distribution has been found to be an effective model in helping to increase vaccination delivery to historically at-risk populations. In San Bernardino County, a study says focused education efforts in an on-site mobile clinic in black church parking lots resulted in the vaccinations of 417 people, 84% of whom were black. What's good? The study also found an increase in black attendance of mass vaccinations. Clinics to 3.6% of total patients, up from 3% in the weak positive initiative. Do you see this? The same place where you were taught the name of Jesus is the same place where now you are taught to receive this abomination. They're giving you the abomination, showing forth they've been giving you an abomination the whole entire time.
Wow. 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 Wow.
Black faith leaders. The blind leading the blind the whole entire time. What's good? What's good? This thing just got real, didn't
Wow.
it? It just got really real.
It's real, King. It's real.
Here's the mark of the beast right here. Let's keep it going, though. We're going to keep on reading this right here. All right. People scared yet? People, I know people are like, what the world? They probably contemplate, should I go to work tomorrow? Get your ticket. All right. Some of y'all might have to sell some stuff. That's what the scripture says. It says, the kingdom of heaven is like a woman who took and sold all she had just to get there. It's going to take faith on your end to get there. It's not going to just be easy. It takes faith. Because without faith, it doesn't count. Without faith, it's sin. Anything that's not of faith, anything that's not of faith is sin. So you getting there, it's going to take faith. So we're going to assume they are unvaccinated for purposes of rules. Told you, statutes, commandments, mandates, rules or requirements in the workplace that are different, excuse me, for vaccinated or unvaccinated individuals. Please select the statement below that accurately describes your vaccination status. Check 1. I am fully vaccinated. Fully vaccinated means I received my second dose of the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine, or my single dose of a Johnson and Johnson. Wait, they put the babies in there? Johnson and Johnson. How many people don't wash their babies in Johnson and Johnson's, baby wash? Johnson and Johnson's food. Same one's been feeding you. Now we're gonna kill you. Is this starting to make sense yet?
Oh, wow. 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 Without people.
Do you understand? We here. This is the war right here. Vaccine or my single dose of a Johnson and Johnson vaccine greater than 2 weeks ago. Meaning what? They require you now to get boosters. I am not fully vaccinated. I decline to answer whether I have been vaccinated. That's what he chose. Why is this? I understand that I am required to provide. I understand that I am required. That's a law. That's mandated. I'm being required. There's a law now requiring me to tell you if I'm vaccinated or not. So me just walking around all willy-nilly without a covering does not suffice. They're trying to lock down on those who have not been vaccinated for real, by now having you could play this all out in Target that you were vaccinated in all these different places. But when you come up in here, we want to see some documentation. Then it's going to move on to Target. Can you imagine them having scanners at Target? So you walk in, beep, beep, shows if you've been vaccinated or not. Beep, beep, Sorry, ma'am. Could you please? I'm just trying to get some eggs. Ma'am, I got babies to feed. Security, ma'am, we got to ask you to leave. This is not right. When did it come like this? I'm just trying to get some eggs. I'm trying to get some feed, some milk. So I'm just trying to get something to feed my babies. We're gonna ask you to leave. We're gonna call the authorities. The authorities have been called. Can you imagine going to jail for not being vaccinated? You think they're gonna put you in jail? Kill you. Quickly. These people will not be seen again. You will be placed with the proper authorities to be tormented and killed. Now, how's your job looking? How's your career looking? How's you buying land in America looking now? How's it looking? Out of all the IUIC's teachings, I ain't never heard this teaching before.
No.
But they're supposed to be righteous though, set apart. Out of all the art that they done went around and traveled people, then got their little, Flintstone car to go around and keep the Sabbath with everybody. I ain't never heard this teaching before. Out of all the herbs that people are selling on their website, I never heard this before from the Issachars. I've just never heard this before. I don't listen to nobody, but I've never heard this before. Have you heard of Issachars? He was talking about this, what this is. I ain't heard it before yet.
No.
And all the things that Jonathan keeps releasing on premieres and stuff, I have not heard this before. I just haven't heard it. All the visions that Carrie Ann is getting, I haven't heard this before. I'm just trying to figure out some stuff. Like people would seem to be fake. The spirit is not moving them, but it's trying to see if the Father's testing your heart to see if you know what real is real. I'm just looking. Now, what's his name? TOW or TWOE? They always trying to say something like that. Who them, whatever they are, this girl named Camille is always sending me some crap talking about this person was powerful. What about Geno Jenkins when he slapped, some white Jesus face? This ain't Jesus. Pow. You know what I'm saying? Where he at in the COVID-19? Last time I checked, I thought he was trying to get people to take the vaccination.
Was King.
Let me go look that up real quick. Let me see. Geno Jenkins, the one who pimp slapped Jesus. COVID-19 vaccination. He don't know what joy is. Just he don't know what he knows. Look, he just don't know what joy is. Right. He said COVID-19 is not the mark of the beast.
Wow.
He looked old in the face.
Wow.
Someone said, no, not.
There's a lot of emails coming in from different parts of America.
Oh, this is February 9th, 2021. So this is recent. This is this year, right? Their so call year.
And the world of people want my perspective on the vaccine and masks. They write the truth to God, seem like about everything. Because there's a rumor that's going around social media that the masks and vaccines are the mark of the beast. They said it's the mark of, if you take the vaccine, you have taken the mark of the beast. That's a lie.
That's a lie.
Viewers, hear the old troublemaker now. We deal with these matters with scripture.
That's right.
Okay, so what kind of scripture he gonna bring out to deal with these matters? His thoughts don't matter.
The masks don't have nothing to do with the mark of the beast. The vaccine doesn't have anything to do with the mark of the beast. Well, how do you know, Pastor Jennings, if you've been paying attention to this great wholesome message?
Is it wholesome?
We often...
Is this message wholesome? I ain't heard nothing yet. I just heard he said the COVID-19 vaccination is not the mark of the beast. That's all I heard. I'm trying to figure out where the wholesomeness is at. You know what I'm saying? I ain't heard not one scripture come out yet. I'm just waiting for the wholesome message. That's all. I'm just waiting for the wholesome message. You can't call it a wholesome message if we ain't heard a message yet.
And say, focus on the language of the Bible.
That's right.
The mark of the beast, the Bible ain't never said it's going to be placed in your shoulder.
That's right.
Of your arm.
That's right.
You see, I look at everything. What do a mask and a needle got to do with the mark of the beast?
Amen.
All right, let me just straighten you out and calm you down.
In the book of Revelation, chapter 13.
Let me straighten you out and calm you down, because one thing about social media, you can spread a rumor quicker.
Quicker.
All right, let's straighten out this vaccine lie.
Stuff.
Let's get this mark of the beast lie, because the rumor is that the vaccine is the mark of the beast.
Lord.
And viewers,
You see how he used the right hand, the right arm, how he got messed that part up, how we just got to seeing what the right hand and the forehead is? It's the same thing with the scripture says what? Let's go there. The greatest commandment. Now, this is a wholesome message right here. It's hilarious. All right, look. There we go. Let's go. These are the commandments and statutes and ordinances that the Father has instructed me to teach you to follow in the land that you are about to enter and possess, so that you and your children and grandchildren may fear El Shaddai, your Yah, all the days of your lives, by keeping all his statutes, and commandments that I give you, and so that your days may be what? Prolonged. Hear, O Yisrael, and be careful to observe them, so that you may prosper and multiply greatly in the land flowing with milk and honey, just as Yah or El Shaddai, the Yah of your fathers, has promised you. Hear, O Yisrael, the Father, or El Shaddai, are Yah. El Shaddai is one. And you shall love Yah with your heart, with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your strength. These words I'm commanding you today to be upon what? Your hearts. And you shall teach them diligently to your children, and speak of them when you sit at home. You see, it's becoming something that consumes you. And when you walk along the road, when you lie down and when you get up, you see it's consuming you. These laws, these commandments is consuming you. Tie them as reminders on your hands and bind them. What? On your foreheads. Write them on the doorposts of your houses and on your gates. So the enemy has to mimic the right hand and the forehead, which is what? You'll be inundated with this law, with this commandment, with this rules and regulation. And when Yah brings you into the land he swore to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, that he would give you a land with great and splendid cities that you did not build. Understand that we're moving to that. Notice you didn't build this. With houses full of every good thing with which you did not fill them. Now you're starting to see how going home fits in perfect, because you got a lot of strangers back in the land who them build nice houses, pools with wells that you did not dig, and with vineyards and olive groves that you did not plant. And when you eat and are satisfied, be careful not to forget the Father who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Do you understand? Fear Yah, your Elohim, right? Serve him only and take your oaths in his name. Do not follow the other, what? The churches there, the idols that's there, or the peoples around you. I mean, when you go home, what? You have churches, mosques, everything around you. For the Father who is among you is a jealous Yah. Otherwise, the anger of Yah will be kindled against you, and he will wipe you off the face of the earth. Do not test El Shaddai as you tested him at Massah. You are to diligently keep the commandments of Yah and the testimonies and statutes he had given you. Do what is right and good in the sight of Yah, so that it may be well with you, and that you may enter and possess the good land that Yah, your Elohim, swore to give to your fathers. Driving out all enemies before you, as the Father has said. Do you get this now? Is it starting to make sense now? This is for us now. So now, does Geno Jenkins sound like he know what he's talking about?
No, he does not. No, he does not.
The Father has not instructed us to take no vaccination, especially when we know vaccination is to remove the Father from us. Literally know it. To put inside of us, it says, he who destroys the temple of Yah, him shall Yah destroy. So if you know that this coronavirus is going to give you the coronavirus, you are literally signifying that you're going to destroy the temple the Father has built. And the Father said he will destroy you. Does that make sense now? To receive something that's going to destroy you. Seriously, does it make sense?
It makes sense, King. You better
Let's put up
think.
the scripture. He who destroys the temple of Yah, him Yah shall destroy, right?
That's what's written, King.
And we know that this coronavirus, we hear people dying from it. If anyone destroys the temple, do you not know that you yourselves are the temple of Yah, and that the Father's Spirit will dwell in you? If anyone destroys the temple, the Father will destroy him. For the temple of Yah is holy, and you are that temple. Let no one deceive himself. If anyone thinks he is wise in his age, Geno Jenkins, he should become a fool so that he may become wise. So if you know that this coronavirus, they keep telling you like, oh, it's just COVID arm. Watch this. COVID arm. Do you want that on your temple? I'm sorry. As soon as you get it, this is literally destroying your temple. Literally. So this would literally be going against the word that says don't do it. Ooh, just went to a whole nother level with it. Just you just have a whole nother reason to say no.
If I may add, King,
Please do.
the fact that some months ago, before the year changed, they watched this nurse, her name is Tiffany Dover, take the vaccine shot, the very first ones. She is dead.
What?
She is dead.
That nurse who took it is now dead?
She's been dead. They've been keeping her death all hushed up.
Yeah, have. What's her name again? So let's look her up real quick. Let's look her up. Let's look up this dead woman who took the shot. I remember she fainted. And then they said, oh, she always faints after the shot. They always say that, right?
Yes, that's her, Tiffany Dover, dead.
Tiffany Domer?
Dover, yes.
Domer or Dover?
Like
Dover. Oh my goodness. Obituary. Ain't that a... They said, oh, it's false. Where's she at though?
She has not been seen since that time. Dead. It's like, how much proof do people need?
They said she is dead. Fainting nurse Tiffany Dover is dead. Family members listed in this death record show up as her friends on Facebook. She's dead. Confirmed. Wow. I knew that was gonna happen to her when she said that. She got like, "Oh, it's okay." I was like, "Yeah, the fire gonna go."
She wasn't okay because, King, if you were looking at her eyes, they were like, the pupils of her eyes are all dilated like different sizes.
She was gone.
She is dead. She's been dead. They try to hide her death.
Well, I'm gonna bring it up. False information. Whatever.
Of course, they're gonna scrub.
Of course, they're gonna scrub it. They want to try to. You heard of this? All right, false information. Was this? No, it's not helpful. Get off my page. I want to see the dead nurse. Nurse who fainted after COVID-19 vaccination is alive and well. No, she ain't. Why won't you show the nurse? Come on, show it. Like, I hope she's alive.
And what's so insidious about this?
You see that keep bringing this right here? You can't even get past it. Thanks for letting us know. So if she's not dead, then you wouldn't be trying to do all this thing right here, trying to keep me from seeing it. That right there lets me know that she is dead. Because how hard you trying to keep me from seeing what I'm trying to see.
So many people have went into this, and it's like she is dead. They have to list it, and because there's people that went around the other channels and actually went and found the fact she was reported dead. She's been dead.
Yep. Tiffany Dover, obituary nurse passed out on live TV, died dead. Of course, they're gonna keep this hush because they remember when it happened. Tiffany Points Dover 30 died on December 30, 2020 as a result of an illness, not COVID-19. Do you hear this bull crap right here? A Chimchi Memorial nurse, Tiffany Points Dover, has sadly passed away of health issues at the age of 30 that she didn't have previously before having the COVID-19 vaccination.
That's a different woman, but I guess there it is.
Right, causing so much heartbreak and agony to the beloved family. We are yet to notice the deceased obituary details. All further details concerning this news will be updated upon confirmation. Wow.
But what was so insidious, King, is like because they knew that so many people saw this, they had some girl that looked like her, but wasn't her.
She died less than 12 hours later. 30-year-old nurse Tiffany Dover, who received a shot of the American German vaccine produced by Pfizer, who lost consciousness on live TV, died less than 12 hours later. The cause of death has not yet been reported. What the heck? We already know what it means. It looks like rumors of Tiffany Dover's death are true and it is being covered up. No activity since her highly publicized public vaccination, despite regular use of Instagram. No replies to dozens of questions. Families set their profiles to private. Rest in peace, Tiffany Dover. She was the girl who took the vaccine on live TV. She died 15 minutes later after taking it. Do we really want to do this?
And King, the crazy thing about it, they did some sort of publicity stunt campaign, and they had some girl up there trying to guzzy her up like her, but you couldn't tell because she was wearing a mask. But everybody
Right.
could tell that was a
She
different
was
woman.
different. She was different. So she had really died for real. That's why they picked her up and carried her back to the back so she can die.
And there were some black women who were at this hospital posing. And if you look up the stairs and look at these women here, some of our sisters that's in this medical industry, they looking all bewildered and crazy, like,
She really died. Like,
yeah,
wow. Wow.
they covered it up. She died. She's been dead.
Wow. Well, I know that. So if you don't see anything from Truth Colors or David King, whatever, because we don't post this out, you know why. If the King cannot go live and post for 2 weeks on Truth Colors or up, they say that what you can't upload, you can't go live, you can't because I'm bringing this stuff out right here. But guess what? Forget them. I ain't scared of them. They know I ain't scared of them. So they always try to block my pages. I'll just make another page. Tiffany Dover dead rumors. Hospital denies outlandish claims. Missing nurse who fainted after COVID jab has died.
When you woke up this morning, did you know you were going to be receiving the vaccine?
I did, yes. So, all of my staff, we are excited to get the vaccine. We are in the COVID unit, so therefore, my team will be getting first chances to get the vaccine. And I know that it's really, I'm sorry, I'm feeling really dizzy. Oh, I'm sorry.
She gone right there, buddy. Her body's already been taken out. She's being killed right now. Mm. Wow. She has since been inactive on all of her social media accounts and has not been seen in the public eye. This has led us users to flood her pages with comments and concerns as rumors continue to circulate of her death. After the outlandish claims of her death continued on Twitter, Cheed Memorial Hospital issued a statement via their Twitter account stating Dover was alive and well. The hospital wrote update nurse Tiffany Dover appreciates the concern shown for her. She is home and doing well. She asked for privacy for her and her family. Despite the statement, people remain unconvinced as they question the reason for the hospital providing the statement. Social media sleuths noticed she has not posted on her Instagram account for 5 days when she normally posts every couple of days. I just heard that Tiffany Dover, the nurse who fainted after the COVID shot, is dead. Her friend on Facebook said this, and family is getting death threats, so they shut up. There is also a gag order, one tweeted. The nurse manager received the vaccine alongside 5 other doctors and nurses before fainting. Despite explaining she suffers from a condition that sometimes makes her faint when she feels pain. So she wouldn't lie to the people. The father, all right, I'm gonna let you die by a silent death killer as well. When she feels pain, it did nothing to dull anti-vaxxers' skepticism of the vaccine. Outspoken Fox News anchor Tucker Carlson slammed the glitzy vaccine rollout, saying it feels false because it is. It's too slick. The vaccine was approved for use by the Food and Drug Administration on December 12th before the mass vaccination rollout across. On December 12th, before the mass vaccination rollout across America in a bid to curb rising cases and deaths. Now they're gonna roll this stuff out. Why? So Christmas can bring forth what it's designed to bring forth, which is deaths, Saturnalia.
Wow.
One Twitter user said, "I don't believe this. Why doesn't Tiffany Dover, her family, or her hospital respond to her death rumors for real? Allegedly, she was doing fine already shortly after the fainting incident, and she was so eager to be in the public with her vaccination. Why does she need privacy now?" Another remark: "The public would like to hear from Tiffany Dover, not the hospital. Your tweet does nothing to help restore public confidence." Shocking Twitter posts have claimed people connected to her or her family are being silenced and receive death threats for sharing information. Some even shared a alleged death certificate claiming she had passed away, but a Facebook post from a family member listed the incorrect age of 42. No serious safety concerns. In an interview with Chattanooga TV stations just minutes after she recovered from the faint, Dover said, "I have a history of having an overactive vagal response. And so with that, if I have pain from anything, a hangnail, or if I stub my toe, I just pass out." The hospital also promptly released a statement after administering its first vaccination, explaining that shortly after and a while conducting a media interview, one of the nurses became dizzy and was assisted to the floor. She never lost consciousness and quickly recovered. Associated Press reported that Dover was back on her feet shortly after passing out and told reporters, "It's coming for me. I feel fine now." The Pfizer vaccine has been found to be at least 95% effective, yes, in killing you, and was approved after clinical trials involving tens of thousands of people. If 1,000 fall at your right hand, and tens of thousands,
Wow.
10. If this scripture is not alive and well, boy. If 1,000 fall, come on now. Come on. It says though,
Wow.
meaning it's going to happen. My refuge and fortress, nor the pestilence that stalks in the darkness. Come on now. Nor the calamity that destroys at noon. It's talking about COVID-19 right here, baby. Who wants some? This is Truth Colors, for truth is not biased, it's absolute. And I'm witness to the whole entire world. If you get the vaccine if you want to, your ass is dead.
Wow.
Though 1,000 may fall at your right hand and 10,000 at your right hand, no harm will come near you. What they say again? They said 10,000.
Wow.
was approved after clinical trials involving tens of thousands of people.
Wow.
Is
Wow.
it, so the Bible was predicting COVID-19 before it even came out, right? A plague. Bill
King,
Gates prophesied shit. The Bible said it.
bring it out, King. Bring it out.
The company said the vaccine was well tolerated during trials and that there was no serious safety concerns. Joe Biden will receive the vaccine on Monday, days after Vice President Mike Pence, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. It comes after the FDA approved Moderna vaccine for emergency use. Meaning what? Get it out of here. Get it out of here quickly. And began distributing it. Told you, get it out of here quickly. Emergency use. Get it out there quickly. We found out it's working. Go kill some people. And began distributing it across healthcare. Healthcare. We do a real good job with new vaccines in healthcare. Healthcare facilities. TikTok last week deleted a video from U.S. influencer Olivia Madison, who described herself as a pro-life, pro-guns, pro-Trump. She posted a video falsely claiming vaccinations contain aborted fetus parts and pig parts. So can you really judge me on being anti-vax? Like I don't believe in injecting a baby with another baby. Vaccination rollout began in the U.S. as they approve a second vaccine. Psalms, heart of Psalms.
Wow.
Heart of Psalms is speaking loudly. So the Father is speaking to us during this time of COVID-19. Let's see what it says. You are my refuge and my fortress. He who dwells in the shelter of the Most High will abide in the shadow of the Almighty. I will say, El Shaddai, you are my refuge and my fortress, owned by Yah. That's what it is. My Yah in whom I trust, owned by Yah, the banner. Surely he will deliver you from the snare of the fowler and from the deadly plague. Who wants some?
Wow.
Who wants some? Is that not COVID-19 right now?
Wow.
All they patent things they have now planned to release against the world. He will cover you with feathers. Under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness is a shield and rampart. You will not fear the terror of the night, nor the arrows that fly by day,
Wow.
nor the pestilence that stalks in the darkness, nor the calamity that destroys at noon. Though 1,000 may fall at your side and 10,000 at your right hand, no harm will come near you. You will only see it with your eyes. Another person has bite the dust. Channel 10 News. And witness the punishment of the wicked.
Wow.
That's what you're doing right now. You're witnessing it. You're all witnesses. Because you have made, owned by Yah, your dwelling, my refuge, El Shaddai. No evil will befall you because you have the banner. No plague will approach your tent because you have the banner. For he will command his messenger concerning you to guard you in all your ways. They will lift you up in their hands. Hallelujah. That's the hands being raised up in the air, baby. Telling you it's the banner of salvation. Who? Let me look at y'all.
Wow.
They said they will lift you up in their hands. How they gonna lift you up? Like this.
By Yah.
Mean they're gonna carry you.
Wow.
The witnesses are sent to carry you. Have you ever heard this in the church? Any message like this that's just real, that makes so much sense. Why they drink wine?
Wow.
and eat a burrito with some creamy avocado sauce.
Oh my goodness.
Because you have made the banner your dwelling, my refuge, the Most High. No evil will befall you, no plague will approach your tent, for he will command his messengers concerning you to guard you in all your ways. They will lift you up in their hands so that your foot, so that you will not strike your foot against a stone. Remember, she said, Tiffany Dover, she said that if she struck her foot against a stone, that what I'm saying, was it that?
She stubbed her
It
toe.
said something about struck a foot against a stone. He's like, even if I stuck my foot, even if I stumped my toe. Remember that part? She said, if I stump my toe, there is a scripture right there.
Wow. Oh,
You see that?
wow.
There it is right here.
There it is.
Active battle response, so that if I have pain from anything, a hangnail, or if I stump my toe, I
Wow.
just pass out. Now the scripture says, even if you stump your toe, right, they will lift you up in their hands so that you will not strike your foot against a stone.
Wow.
Who
Wow.
wants some? Who wants some?
King, I got to stand up for a minute.
Who wants? You know what I'm saying?
Wow. Wow. Oneness in the spirit is on you, King. I see. Wow. People better hear. People better hear and obey. Wow. Mm.
That's why it's good. It's 19 crimes.
Wow. I'm just stupefied right now.
He said it would be clothing, regular clothing. Goshen black, sackcloth. Regular clothing. He will be given the word in regular clothes. Sackcloth.
23:45.
Wow. Wow.
Is it making sense? Am I false? Is all the allegations people have been bringing against me, is it true now?
Wow.
Where they at? Where they word at? Where's the Father has answered them at? People are so quick to open their fat mouth, but ain't got nothing to say.
Nothing to say. Zero. So clear.
Oh, haters, where are you? We're smashing people's head with bricks right now.
Wow.
It's the realest word you gonna ever hear. Period.
Mm.
Y'all want to stop? Or should we keep going? I mean, we didn't finish the thing about the paper right here. We didn't finish the vaccination paper. I mean, but it's just funny how much goodies we just finding just in the word. The word is salvation. The same word that people keep saying that, oh, it's been tampered with. But we finding all this kind of salvation speaking to us right now in this present danger.
Mm.
I guess they must have forgot to take out that word, though, right? They forgot to take out these words that are literally speaking life into our situation right now.
Truly, King.
Are the Psalms.
Are the Psalms. Wow. Wow. I'm just blown away.
Come on, bro. What you guys say? What you guys say? Come on, talk.
I'm blown away, King, that even in her own statements, wow. Scripture just like, wow.
Her words, her testimony speaks against her.
Wow.
Showing that she is not of him. She said, even if I stump my toe, he said, you won't stump your toe.
Wow. Wow.
Showing that she ain't even letting you know those who getting the vaccination is not of him. Bye bye, toodles.
You know, King, it's I have to
They're
say
being raptured.
I have to say this. I have so many relatives, my own people I try to get through to, but they hard headed. They hard headed. And I remember I even tried to point some of my people towards the king, like, listen to this prophet, listen to this king. In fact, I didn't even say king. I even, because even at that point in time, I was trying to tell them, look at this, look, the scriptures, everything he's saying is lining up. Can you see? They, a lot of my people just thought I was crazy. They wrote me out. I tried to call my mother on her birthday, like back on June 22nd. She didn't answer the phone. I tried to call my father. He doesn't answer the phone. I tried talking to my baby sister, my sisters, like they don't even deal with me outside of social media. They barely answer me on Facebook. Yeah, I got wrote up by my whole family. They think I'm crazy.
That's what they say. They said you will be actually ostracized by your family. That's the price of coming into this truth. Are you willing to do it, or you want to fit in with the in crowd? The in crowd is dying. The ones who are strange and peculiar, those are the ones who are living. Peculiar means you're different. You don't fit in. I never ever wanted to fit in. And I don't have to. I'm coming with my own stuff. My own stuff is killing the competition. We have this right here. So this is called King. Somebody literally smelt this today. And they've been saying, like, all right, so someone's been telling me about we have one of our sisters who's here. Her name is Carla. She used to work at Macy's. And she used to, like, test out perfumes and colognes. So she know what's in and what's out, right? And so she smelled this before and she was like, that's it. She said, I done smelled everything you can smell at Macy's, whatever's been created. And that right there is a moneymaker. That's different. Macy's will literally be like, I will sell that. She took this to her job, let some of the men there smell it. He smelled it. He had some stuff that he got from Macy's. He literally said it himself. He smelled it. He was like, I got some stuff from Macy's. He said, but that right there, this King is top notch. Is 10 notches above what he got from Macy's. That's how we kill him. Don't fit in, but peculiar, and you stand out. That's how it works. So now, King is very marketable in whatever we come. But the Bible says that this king will be sufficient with his hands. So that's what's going on right now. The Father is prospering, right? So we got people who buy stuff. I'm talking about paid a pretty penny for his cologne. He smelt this small bottle and was like, this is 10 notches above what I bought and what I paid for over there at Macy's. And want bottles. He want roll-ons of soap and water and roll-ons of King. And then the woman at her job, well now who was literally like the owner of it, literally has one at Apple Delight. No, I didn't.
Wow.
I have to get something to drink. All right. I had the name on in my head, but the name came out wrong. I have to change that. It was Cheryl who actually works at this place, and she herself have actually had her owners of the job will not want Apple Delight. Also, talked to some of the men there who actually has been literally looking into buying King and soap and water. Um, like I said, I've seen her head right there because I know about the thing where she's been telling me at her job and everything like that, but the name came out wrong. It was not Carter. I didn't even know I even said Carter. Didn't even know I said anything like that. So literally, it was Cheryl who I wanted that meeting to be a correction. Cheryl was the one who went to her job, been taking it like, hey, you know what I'm saying? Okay, I could take this and let some of the people see this. This is good because she worked at Macy's for a while and she knows the different smells will not work there for a very long time before she started working a job. She's working now for years, smelling perfume, smelling colognes. And so she was like, this is a moneymaker right here, you know? And so I was like, okay. And she said, well, let me take this out, you know what I'm saying, and test it out different people. So I was like, okay, go ahead. So she took some to work. She took some to work. It worked out um, beautiful. So people wanted to actually um, purchase that. Then we have another thing that's going on as well as another store that Deja was looking into at another men's store or whatever. Some people when they smell Apple Delight, but it's only for women. They don't want anything for the men. For some reason they don't want it. But they like Apple Delight. So the father is um, doing something great with that. But that was a major goof on my part, saying Carla when it actually was Cheryl. I just got the, you know what I'm saying, things messed up. But I literally had it right there. Like, I knew it was Cheryl, but then it came out Carla. I was like, that's just, wrong name. So, all right. So that was a major goof. So I didn't mean to offend anybody. If I said the wrong names, please forgive King on that one. That was not meant at all. So I definitely understand, like, if you know what I'm saying, if you are the one who did something and you want to definitely wants to be, if you're the one who did it, you want to actually be known, want to be validated, want to be said it was me, not the other person. So I definitely get that because I would want the same thing for me. Like, hey. So I definitely get it. So I want everyone to understand that right there. It was not Carla, it was Cheryl who actually is working to help in that area. All right. Now Jazz, he's going to help with some designing, coming out with some different flyers for OBYU. And we have other people who's going to be brought on teams, whatnot. So I must find out what people can do, what they can do, find out different skills, because right here we're growing. We're growing, and I thank the Father for what He is doing amongst all of us, right? Yeah. Let's continue on with the song right here. It says, you will tread on the lion and the cobra, you will trample the young lion and serpent. Now, I believe he is speaking like serious. Because he loves me, I will deliver him. Because he knows my name, I will protect him. Look what it says right here, Shaddai. Like El Shaddai. Right? When he calls out to me, I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him and honor him. With long life, I will satisfy him and show him. Notice it doesn't say I will show them. I will show him my salvation. I will show him my salvation, and what? Then he will give it to them. Right? So there is a lot of things that is going on. We're going to continue to read. Our brothers here, Jazz, his paperwork right here. Again, I know I be butchering names all the time, whatnot. So I want people. I know people right out there like, what in the world? He said my name wrong. What? Or said the wrong name. So I want people to forgive me for messing up the names. You know what I'm saying? You don't do that with women. Most women will be like, oh really? Okay. Now we do. Sometimes we don't. We don't do that. You like you call me Eddie. Like oh, it was a mistake. But women, oh no. Call your mama by a different name. Oh, so she gave birth to you, huh? Okay. She gave. I understand that I am required to provide accurate information in response to the statement above. I hereby affirm that I have accurately and truthfully answered the statement above. I also understand that if I stated that I am fully vaccinated, Teledyne may request documentation of my vaccination status, a copy of my vaccine card, or other similar official document confirming vaccination status. So now they're going to come up with this vaccine card. So let's look that up real quick because that's what's in the works right now. So now with this vaccine card, it said like you scanning. It probably something you probably carry on your phone. Who knows? Vaccine card. Wow. COVID-19 global updates. Europe risks chaos at airports without coordinated vaccine. Woo! Uh-oh.
9 hours ago.
I just seen that too, and I seen something about Africa too. Vaccine certificate rollout. Europe risks chaos at airports without coordinated vaccine certificate rollout. Travel groups warn. So they're telling you right now they're about to come out with another way. You got to show that you are vaccinated. Airports across Europe could face chaos this summer as countries struggle to coordinate the rollout of a COVID-19 digital certificate intended to facilitate unrestricted travel across the continent. Industry representatives warned European Union leaders this week the certificate designed to show a traveler's vaccination or infection status will be available for all EU member states beginning July 1st. So it's 6/30/2021. This is exactly what we was looking at when we seen with Denmark. They was going to roll it out July 1st. But a worrying patchwork of approaches by various governments threatens to cause long delays during the peak summer vacation months, according to a joint letter sent by industry groups and seen by the Reuters news agency. The groups, including the International Air Transport Association, urged European governments to process the certificates remotely before a passenger's arrival at the airport, or else grapple with hours-long lines as employees carry out extra document checks. There are some significant developments. Biden will not attend the 2020 Tokyo Games, which begin in 24 days, although First Lady Jill Biden, may lead the U.S. delegation. The White House said infections are rising again in the Japanese capital, which is the quasi-state of emergency. So we see these things, all right. Los Angeles County health officials are recommending all residents wear masks in public indoor spaces, regardless of vaccination status, to protect against the more contagious Delta variant circulating in the state. California has one of the highest vaccination rates in the country. The European digital certificates provide information on the passenger via QR code, which requires special scanning equipment, So they're coming up with special scanning equipment, which is a digital certificate. So now we can see that this chip, which signifies that you have been marked with the mark of the beast. Without uniform implementation across the EU, the risk of chaos at European airports is real. Reuters quoted the letter as saying, the African Union also warned of potential discrimination on Tuesday because the COVID Shield vaccine, a version of the AstraZeneca vaccine that is being distributed through the global COVAX initiative, is not among the 4 vaccines approved for the certificate. That means that people coming from the poorer countries, including the majority of African Union member states, will effectively be considered unvaccinated and subject to potentially expensive testing and quarantine regimens. The certificate's launch comes as soon, the certificate launch comes as some European countries have imposed fresh travel restrictions. Fresh travel, new travel restrictions. They're cutting down. See, they're tightening their grip. This is crazy, right? They're tightening their grip. They're tightening their grip on those who don't want to receive um, this vaccination. They're tightening their grip. This is wild, right here. To curb the spread of the highly contagious Delta coronavirus variant, first identified in India, the variant is now dominant in Britain and Portugal, and is gaining ground in countries such as Germany and France. Last week, Germany barred entry. For travelers from Portugal and said that only German citizens would be allowed to return, provided that they quarantine for 14 days, including those who are fully vaccinated. So what's the point of getting vaccinated, right? You still got to follow these rules, right? On Monday, citing a senior health official, Reuters reported that the Delta variant now accounts for more than 50% of registered cases in Germany, up from just 15% earlier this month. French Health Minister Olivier Véran said Tuesday that the variant accounts for about 20% of new cases in his country, doubling from just 10% last week. The variant is spreading mostly among unvaccinated populations in Europe, but also in Africa and United States, according to the European Center for Disease Prevention and Control. More than 58% of adults in the 27-member bloc have received at least one dose of the coronavirus vaccine, and more than 35% have been fully vaccinated. Now that right there is crazy.
I think it's worth mentioning that those places with the highest vaccination rates also have the highest account of that variant.
That's true. So the follower they're killing them like right to left, boy. He is whooping they tail because they guilty. Guilty as charged. Look at this. COVID vaccines donated to African countries are not recognized by EU travel certificate. The African Union and African Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Africa CDC, have voiced concern after it emerged that Europe's digital green pass does not recognize a vaccine that was donated to many African countries through the COVAX initiative. The European Union EU digital COVID certificate enables people who have received 2 doses of a COVID-19 vaccine approved by this medicines regulator, the European Medicine Agency's EMA, to travel freely within the bloc. But the pass only recognizes AstraZeneca doses manufactured in Europe, branded Vaxzevria, and not those manufactured by the world's largest vaccine manufacturer, the Serum Institute of India, which is branded COVID Shield. Mm, mm, mm. This is power, man. They moving in. They moving in like greatly. Man. All right, let's watch this. All right, man. The EMA told CNN in a statement on Monday that Vaxzevria is only COVID-19 shot from AstraZeneca for which approval was requested, leading to its authorization in the EU. In the EU, the vaccine called Covishield does not currently have a marketing authorization, even though it may use an um, analogous um, production technology to Vaxzevria. COVID shield as such is not currently approved under EU rules, the EMA said. This is because vaccines are biological products. The agency stated even tiny differences in the manufacturing conditions can result in differences in the final product. And EU law therefore requires the manufacturing sites and production process to be assessed and approved as part of the authorization. Authorization. He calls us all, both small and great, to receive a mark. The EMA statement added, should we receive a marketing authorization application for COVID Shield, or should any change of approved manufacturing sites for Vaxzevria be approved, we would communicate about it. Entry to Europe not guaranteed. Y'all see now how this thing is getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. If I was like, continue to read the whole thing. All right. So entry to Europe not guaranteed. The fact that 2 doses of the Indian produced AstraZeneca vaccine does not guarantee travelers entry to the EU means a huge part of the world is excluded from the block. Excluded, you will not be able to buy, sell, if they're excluding you just through the flight, can they not also exclude you from other different things in the world? It seems feasible, very feasible now, because they're stopping you from flying to certain parts because you don't have vaccination, or now you've been vaccinated, but now you'll get vaccinated again. You didn't die quick enough. So we need to make sure that, you know, you have the right death. The right death. We want to make sure you have the right death.
Wow.
It's powerful. You have the doubt, like, man, why's this? All right. So excluded from the block current travel policy, COVID Shield has been described the backbone of COVAX contributions to low and middle income countries. The AU and Africa CDC, so a good night. The AU and Africa CDC urged the EU Commission in a joint statement on Monday to consider increasing mandatory access to those vaccines deemed suitable for global rollout through global rollout through the EU supported COVAX facility. The current accountability um, guidelines put at risk the equitable treatment of persons having received their vaccines in countries profiting from EU-supported COVAX facility, including the majority of the African Union AU member states. The joint statement said these developments are concerning, given that the COVID Shield vaccine has been the backbone of the EU-supported COVAX contributions to the AU member states' vaccination programs. Furthermore, given that the Express Global for the Serum Institute of India production is to serve India and lower income countries, the SII may not apply for EU wide market authorization, meaning that the inequalities in access to green passes created by this approach would persist indefinitely. The statement continued. South Africa's president, whoever your name is, urges G7 nations to plug COVID-19 funding gap. Forget them. SII head Adar Poon Adewale, whatever, said in a tweet Monday that people who have been administered the COVID shield shot are facing issues with travel to the EU. I assure everyone I've taken this up at the highest levels and hope to resolve this matter soon, both with regulators and at a diplomatic level with countries. Puna Alawala added, CNN has contacted the SII for further comment. An AstraZeneca spokesperson told CNN in a statement on Monday, we are working closely with the EMA as they develop guidance for support opening of borders and relaxing restrictions. And this includes guidance of inclusion of COVID Shield as a recognized vaccine for immunization, passports, immunization, passports. Have to show like a certificate. Working for a fair travel regimen. The EMA told CNN it is not responsible for any decisions regarding travel in the EU and traveling conditions associated with the COVID-19 vaccination, such as the EU pass. This is a matter for the European Commission and for individual member states. The EMA statement said CNN has contacted the European Commission but has not received a response. India's External Affairs Ministers, whatever your name is, said in a tweet Monday that he had a good conversation with EU Commissioner for International Partnerships, Junta or Pillion, where he underlined the importance of equitable vaccine access and a fair travel regimen. The AU and Africa CDC also noted that AstraZeneca's COVID Shield vaccine was one of the first available candidates considered safe and efficacious through the World Health Organization WHO emergency use listing process back in February. Mm, mm, mm. So stuff is crazy right now, right? They're just rolling out all stops. See all this travel stuff is going on now? I hope y'all getting y'all tickets. Here it is. Bam. We're not going to buy, sell, trade without having a mark. Italy's planning to change its travel vaccine certificate requirements amid Delta variant. You got to scan to show you've been vaccinated. Italy is likely to alter the regulations for its health pass during the next upcoming weeks. Deputy Health Minister, whatever Shuri said, it is likely that the Delta variant will force us to remodel the Green Pass, releasing it after the second dose of a vaccine. He calls us all, both small and great, to receive a mark. Now you can't come into society without having a second vaccination, a second dose. Italy's deputy health minister noted. Nonetheless, he highlighted that it is still very early to confirm any possible changes into the system as they still need to wait for the data for another couple of weeks. Italy launched its travel health certificate on June 17th in order to facilitate travel within a country and further in the bloc. Through this scheme, citizens of the country can now obtain a digital health certificate electronically, proving that the holder has been vaccinated against the COVID-19, has tested negative, or has recovered from it. On Monday, Italy became a low-risk country, and measures on keeping a mask when indoors, when in outdoor spaces have been relaxed after more than 50 million COVID-19 vaccines have been administered until now. 50 million. This means that as of today, 33% of the entire Italian population have been vaccinated against the COVID-19. It is a very significant figure. The real weapon we have against the rise of the variants is the vaccination campaign. Minister of Health Roberto Speranza said the Higher Health Institute of Italy said that the Delta variant, which initially originated in India and then widely spread in the UK, now accounts for more than 16% of new cases in Italy. And consistently, ISS, together with other Italian health experts and the European Center for Disease Prevention and Control, ECDC, have urged for more testing, tracing, sequencing, and renewed efforts to increase the vaccination rate. They're rushing to what? To get more people to die, right? Based on available scientific evidence, the Delta variant is more transmittable than the other circulating variants. And we estimate that by the end of August, it will represent 90% of all SARS-CoV-2 viruses circulating in the European Union. The director of ECDC, Andrea Amen, said.
Wow.
Until now, Italy has registered, look at that number right there, coronavirus infection cases and 127,472 deaths, right? As of June 29, Italy has administered around, that's a lot of numbers right there, a lot of deaths. Vaccine doses with the rate of, that's a lot of people right there, isn't it? 546,000 doses per day during the last week. That means that 55.7% of the population have received at least one dose. 55.7% of the population have received at least one dose of the vaccine, whereas 33% have been fully vaccinated. Previously, Italy decided to abolish the COVID-tested flights for arrivals from the U.S. in line with the EU's recommendation.
Wow.
They're cracking down little by little. They're cracking down on it. Here it is, digital. UCSD Health begins offering digital COVID-19 vaccine card for patients. Here it is. 9 hours ago.
Wow.
Bam. One of two vaccines received. We're not better buy, sell, or trade without a mark.
Wow.
The UC San Diego Health is now offering a verifiable digital vaccine record to its patients who have or will receive a COVID-19 vaccine. It was announced Tuesday. The secure online record, otherwise known as Smart Health Card, can be accessed directly from the My UCSD chart patient portal. The Smart Health Card offers those who have received a COVID-19 vaccine or test from UC San Diego Health an easy way to digitally share their health documentation, said Dr. Christopher Longhurst, Chief Information Officer at UCSD Health. An alternative to the paper card, the Smart Health Card cannot be lost or damaged. It is secure and protects the privacy of patients' information. Patient employees of UC San Diego Health have access to the new verification system, as well as members of the public who utilize a UCSD vaccination or testing station and who signed up for a My UCSD chart account.
Wow.
The information contained in the digital vaccine record follows all. First we had OSHA, now we got HIPAA, privacy guidelines. Longhurst said patients can use the digital vaccine record for medical purposes or to verify their vaccination status to safely return to work, school, and travel. You can't buy, sell, or trade without having this mark. The Smart Health Card is the same specification used by the state of California and will work in concert with the state's system, meaning it's going to be embedded into the whole system. So you're going to see more like this. They'll show up in other states. Longhurst said this system is also being used by a large number of organizations across the U.S. That means your jobs. And is rapidly becoming the standard for the digitally verifiable vaccine records. The digital vaccine record was designed through a collaboration with VCI, a coalition of public and private organizations working to standardize digital verification of clinical information through My UCSD chart portal. Patients can either generate a QR code for vaccines and COVID test results or download a PDF record of vaccine doses that can be securely and probably shared with outside entities if a patient chooses. Now, my thing is this: why in the world do they want to charge you for a COVID-19 test, but then give you the COVID for free? So COVID-19 tests costs. That is like the most hypocrisy that I've ever seen in my life.
Mm.
There's no free testing, right? Mostly you got to pay for these tests, right? So COVID-19 tests cost somewhere between 200. So COVID tests are available at no cost nationwide at health centers and select pharmacies. Select. COVID testing locations, test prices and payment policy. Check out the no-cost drive-through COVID testing. But there's not enough for you to fly, right? So the COVID-19 test costs for flying. So the one just to be here in the state is cool, but when you want to fly, see the PCR test. So let's see if we can find, like, let's see, is there free PCR tests? Free PCR COVID-19 tests. Free COVID test at Walgreens. But they have to have one where you actually can fly. So traveling soon, here's where you can get a COVID-19 PCR test. We found that some are entirely free. Traveling soon, here's where you can quickly get a COVID-19 PCR test for travel. If you need a coronavirus test for travel, you might be wondering where you can get one done, what type of test you'll need to take, how long it will take to get an appointment, and wait for results, and what it will cost. We found that some tests are entirely free, while others require a copay or can be covered with insurance. They're going to get a major payout with that. When requested for travel, instead of due to symptoms or exposure, some will require full cash payment. Many countries and some states require negative polymerase chain reaction PCR tests taken within a certain amount of time, usually 72 hours before departure. Many facilities can provide results between 48 and 72 hours, but that isn't always true. Also, keep in mind that some testing sites deliver results over the phone, which likely won't be suitable for boarding an aircraft or entering a country. So the free stuff is not going to get you nowhere. There are many different types of testing for coronavirus, and the devil's is in the details if you need a test for travel. The tests that are often won't help you with travel are antibody tests, which are blood tests that can identify if previous COVID-19 infection caused your immune system to produce COVID-19 antibodies. Rapid antigen tests check for proteins on the virus surface and are popular for their quick turnaround times, but are rarely accepted. What you'll usually need for travel is a PCR test, polymerase chain reaction. These are the most reliable tests for detecting active COVID-19 infections and are considered the current gold standard of tests. We'll focus in this guide only on those sites that are providing these more accurate PCR tests, though keep in mind that some destinations like Hawaii only accept PCR tests from a specific list of testing providers. Check to see if you can get a rapid PCR test. Though PCR tests generally take around 72 hours for results, some urgent care facilities have introduced rapid PCR tests where you can receive your results in as few as 30 minutes. That said, if you're looking for a faster way to get a PCR test, it'll cost you. Because if you're trying to wait for the 72 hours to get your testing, guess what happened? You done got it for free. You don't miss your flight.
Sure.
because your flight, the 72 hours has got to cover you from the beginning of your flight all the way until you have landed at your last destination. If they see your test and see that you don't have 72 hours to make your flight, you will not be able to fly that day. You see what I'm saying? So they're making big money off of the COVID-19 test, but will give you the COVID-19 vaccination for free. If they really care about the people like they say they do, then these tests also that allow people to get up out of here will be free too. And they will still do it within a 30 minutes to 45 minutes range without trying to make it last all until 72 hours. That's just to keep you in the States, to keep you in a, to keep you in a place, right? That's what they're trying to do. Trying to keep you here. If you want to leave, you're going to pay a fee to get up out of here. Complete Health Partners in Nashville, Tennessee. Results in 30 to 45 minutes. Cost $250. Not billed to insurance. I mean, you can't even use your insurance for it. Wow. Urgent medical care at MRI in Jersey City, New Jersey. Results in 1 hour or less. Only for travelers who need documentation. Cost $250 out of pocket. Not billed to insurance. That means what? The insurance cannot help you out at all. You have to come out of your money. You notice the insurance is back. You can't use insurance.
Yeah.
Elite Medical Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. Results in 24 hours. Cost $299 with $49 off if you're using the promo code Welcome Back Vegas. Notice there's no insurance involved. Sure. Medical offices of Manhattan and New York City. New York same-day results cost $225 for the test, which doesn't include doctor consultation. Frontis Laboratory in Exton, Pennsylvania, 35 minutes from Philadelphia. Offers COVID-19 test for travelers with same-day turnaround time. Costs $20 for an RT, so a rapid PCR test. No insurance is involved. We Test You in San Diego, California. Offers mobile RT PCR testing for travel. Costs $199 for a 2 to 3 day turnaround. 2 to 3 day turnaround. You need it faster than that. $249 for 24 hours. $249 for 24-hour turnaround. You still don't lost time. To get to the land, you need 72 hours. If it's 24 hours, you done been shorted, then I made a quick buck off of you. 24-hour turnaround, $349 for same day immediate results. So you're gonna pay the high price of $349 to get the one you really want. Sangaroo Bloom in Scottsdale, Arizona offers same-day RT PCR testing. Costs $279. Results back the same day.
Wow.
It's that. Mobile Labs in New York, offers RT or rapid PCR test. Results in less than 24 hours. Most results come back between 6 to 10 hours. Cost $115. When using insurance, $190 without insurance. DM COVID-19 test offers travel PCR testing by a house call nationwide in all states except Alaska and Hawaii. Also has 9 physical locations. Costs $299 for next day. You know, lost 24 hours. Results. Test Well in Reno, Nevada, and South Lake Tahoe, California offers RT PCR test for travel with guaranteed same-day results. Cost is $149 for travel. Can submit to insurance for reimbursement. So why they got all of these places where you have to test and it costs, but when they give you the COVID-19, it's given away for free. That's stupid. That's the dumbest thing ever. If you really care about people, you would actually test them for free with the right thing they need to get up out of here and not try to make a quick buck. But no. So they tell you they give you the COVID-19 vaccination for free. It's because they're killing you. You're doing them a service by actually taking the COVID-19 vaccination for death. Because if they really were sincere, it would literally also give you the COVID-19 test that you need to get up out of here that would cover you for the 72 hours, the rapid test. They would not charge any money for their COVID-19 testing sites. No money. Because they're giving you the COVID-19 shot for free. crazy.
It is
Some
crazy.
about COVID-19. Go ahead. Yeah, it's crazy. Look at all, everything costs some money. 109, 119, 119, 118, 125, 127.
But in order to travel, they required a PCR test, huh?
Yep. You sure do. You need that, and that's gonna cost money. But they'll give you that you're gonna cost money for testing, but we'll give you the vaccination for free. How is that balance? That right there lets me know this is a crook. Because if you're gonna give me the shot for free, but charge me to test for it when I'm trying to get up out of here, when I really need it, when I really need for me to actually benefit me, the one that benefits me costs me. The one that doesn't benefit me, but keeps me a slave here, costs me nothing.
Wow.
But if I'm trying to leave this hellhole, it costs me money. But then also, if I definitely want to stay here, and I just it costs nothing to get vaccinated though. How are you gonna offer a vaccination for free, but then say the test is not free for the one I need?
They know what's happening, King. They know.
They know it's all this 249, 150, 74, 48 hours. Your results were delivered by phone within 48 hours. See, they're checking all the time they got to keep you from flying out. Results in 30 to 45 minutes for rapid testing and 24 to 48 hours for PCR tests. So you only have 24 hours to fly out, but you got to make it within the 72 hours. You're not gonna be able to fly. So you're gonna pay 119 for nothing.
Yeah. I see what you're saying because they had these restrictions on where you have to have these tests and it can't be any older than 72 hours.
Yeah, exactly. And they got your money.
By the time they take you to get it back to you before your flight, on your flight day, it's like, yeah, I see it could potentially like be mismatched.
Exactly.
Missing a flight or not letting you on a flight because you don't have the results back in time.
Exactly. Don't fake a COVID-19 test. It is. Not only does a fake negative COVID-19 test defeat the purpose of testing and tracing, but it could also land you in jail. Look at that. That didn't added a fine to this. According to the Associated Press, police in France arrested 7 people in early November for allegedly selling negative COVID-19 tests. If this is not the mark, I don't know what is now. It's landing you in jail. It became a law. It's becoming a law. And pretty soon more restrictions are being added to it. You just ain't seen it yet. 3 hours results are $699.
What in the world? Where is this at?
Right here.
Pittsburgh, California.
McCampbell, yep.
That's up north. I know where that is.
5-hour results are 450. Same day results are 199, and next day results are 129. Appointment required, yes. Turnaround time, see above. They are making a killing.
This is sickening.
Making a killing off of it. They don't care about the people. If they did, they would give you the rapid PCR test for free too. But to show you that they don't care about you, they'll give you the death jab for free. But you're gonna pay to get up out of here. That's right there in itself lets you know this is not the thing to be doing. Because if they really care, the PCR test, the rapid PCR test, the one you need to 72 hours, will be free as well. So that right there shows you how unbalanced it is, and therefore they're trying to get money from you before you die. And you'll get more money when you do die. Whew. Now watch this. So, you got anything to say? I had to bring that out before I was about to end it or whatever, because I know that was. I think this has been very good for the most part. People, I think people got. Um, I think a lot of people are shocked. At the same time, I believe they understand what we're saying to be true.
I can tell you, King, after today, I know this is real. I know this is real. It is not my imagination. I'm not second guessing it anymore because it was real, because when I was sitting there in that office with the HR representative, the director of HR, and my former supervisor, it's like this is real.
Yep.
And it ain't no use of me right now, even. And I guess I did out of reflex today. I started like putting in answering these because right about now in California is needing a lot of people aren't coming back to work.
Wow.
And they especially need people that
Wow.
I'm just one of these few individuals that's in a engineering aerospace field. And they're hiring a lot. They're trying to fill these spots with people because a lot of the people there that were there, they got laid off and they were already close to retirement age anyway. They're not coming back.
So they gone,
Yeah, they gone, man.
gone. So they looking for bodies to fill, and they're gonna have it to where they got you're gonna be vaccinated. Or yeah, it's like this stuff is crazy.
And another thing,
Um,
King, that I've been finding out, the last place I worked at before this one, when they started as friends of getting the jab, at a last employer, Ontic Engineering, I knew of 4 individuals that died there. 4.
who got the vaccination?
Yep. And I knew others that got COVID and they recovered though, but they ended up getting vaccinated again anyway. And then at this place here that I'm at now, I learned that a lot of, yeah, they don't, people whispering stuff, but there were some people there that got vaccinated too. And I think that I got a rumor that, 3 of them died of all the ones that were getting vaccinated. Just before I got there.
Wow. Wow.
So it's crystal clear in what you were showing here. It's like at this point now, I probably just need not probably, affect the plan, purchase those
Yep.
tickets,
And get up out.
get as close as I can to that flight date, get that PCR test, and get up out of here.
Get up out. Yep. Exactly. It's time to bounce. This the last thing he wrote me, and I'm gonna let us go because we've been on here for almost close to 5 hours.
Wow.
And it doesn't feel like it. Like it just doesn't feel like it at all. I feel like we just been in school, just learning some stuff, just a little here and there. Just I don't know. Just been watching like a movie or something. I don't know. Yes, King. Red flags all around us. I'm home now, King. I just arrived, came upstairs and sit typing this to you. As I was typing you some minutes ago from Teledyne, my now former workplace, as I was working today, just back from our 10:30 to 11 o'clock a.m. 30-minute lunch break, I was approached by the lead of my department, electronics repair flight data recorders, and was told to meet our supervisor in his office. And I somehow knew that this was it. I came to the office and saw my supervisor with a smirk on his face, sitting there with the senior person of HR, and she asked me to have a seat. I spoke with her weeks before, and even though she is a sympathetic sister, nevertheless, she had to do the bidding. And she was going through the HR professional emotions and stating that I will no longer be employed with Teledyne Controls, and then the supervisor thinly disguised my termination as based on my performance and as his expectations of me. Meaning what? You didn't take the vaccination, so, or you just chose not to disclose it to us, so we had to let you go. And I didn't even bother to go along with his charade. I stated very plainly to the sister, being the HR representative, referee, that there's nothing wrong with my performance. I've successfully worked for the SpaceX, NASA, JPL, and a whole host of other aerospace companies, as well as having an electronics engineering degree and a second degree as an industrial designer. And that supervisor is biased towards me, a black man who is not typical. I fell short of calling him an outright racist, being that there are no other so-called black people in that department other than me and another sister who is an admin person. And he is a true American gatekeeper. Everyone in that department is either white, Asian, or Hispanic. And that his grounds for my dismissal is because I showed resistance to and brought comebacks with evidence of my performance to his mock and negatively schooled evaluation of me, attempting to find nitpick some things to build his case against me, as well as me speaking against the vaccination or the vaccine drive in private to other workers. And I guess since that time, he's been fuming and furious at my daring to stand up to him. So he just decided to tell HR that I'm not fit for his department or that position at Teledyne as a technician. This is the whole event that has led up to this point in the day. And now, as we just got through seeing in this video, that as Delta variant circulates, public health recommends masking indoors as a precaution. This is in Los Angeles, California. So, again, I want to thank you, Jazz, for your testimony. Thank you for coming on Truth Colors. We enjoyed you. Is anyone out there have any questions for Jazz or anything before we actually dismiss? I'm looking on you. Looking on Truth Colors. Let me look on YouTube. Wow. They kicked him off the computer for saying, for someone was watching the video and they kicked him off for saying that the COVID-19 vaccination is poison. Like, they kicked him off. That was on YouTube. They kicked him off from YouTube. He typed in the vaccination and they kicked him off.
Wow.
So I guess there's no questions. No questions, I guess, at this time. Anybody? Nothing?
I guess they got a lot to think about, King, and a lot to think about. I think that's one of
Exactly.
the things, you know, they're having our people here and the people that's gathered here in Goshen at your throne here.
Right.
They're having to consider some deep things, and kind of like, you know, in the records of our ancestors, you know, when Tata and Zami, Father Yah, brought them to the Valley of Decision, they got a decision.
Mm-hmm. They do.
This is
Like
the
right here and now. Like what they gonna do? What you gonna do?
not the case before them through you.
Yep.
The Father's already used you to bring the case. And now he's looking at us and make a decision. And I have to confess, King, you know, like I said, you know, earlier today, and I came home, I guess I did this out of reflex, but after being here and gathered in Goshen right now, I'm seeing like, what am I thinking here? This is the Father, like you said, this is a deliverance.
Mm-hmm.
My flesh part of me want to look at this, is like, oh, I'm going to show them, I'm going to get back in here. So, and then it's like, wait a minute, that needs to die. The Father just opened the door, and all those things I was caring about, like, oh, how I'm going to do this all, and the Father's like, let it go. You're free. Do what the King tells you to do. I put him here in your life. You ask for my guidance. You ask for the pathway. Here he is. That's what the Father's been putting in my spirit from the time I sat down and I began and seeing the things he's bringing forth, the things he's presenting to us through you. And I'm saying now that the path is clear. The path is clear. And whatever happens beyond this day, I'm not going to even think about it. Not going to think about it. And I
Amen.
that from the King to refocus my attention on the salvation of Yah, the salvation of Father here, because he's showing us the way.
Exactly. And it's like,
Himself.
it's all there. Like, everything is all there. We've been plugging away at this. I don't know. We done brought out so much information in this one video. Just this one video, like, hands down, about so many just delicious stuff right here. This is a video worth seeing over and over and over again, because it's just, this needs to be at 1 billion views right here. 1 billion views or more. But most likely probably won't be, not for a while anyway, because people are going to be just retarded. Oh, I want something else. Well, I'm looking for the deep revelation. It was nice knowing you. You know what I'm saying?
You know, it's strange, King, because just you said that, I'm reminded of the words that our master, your big brother, the Messiah, when he says that a wicked and evil generation looks for a sign, but there will be no sign given to them except Jonah the prophet.
Mm-hmm.
He came telling them, repent.
Mm-hmm.
With repentance, obey.
Yep.
Obedience is
Exactly.
better.
Yep. It's like, that's what the Messiah said. Like, he said that Nineveh is going to rise up in judgment against this generation. He said, if they had heard the kind of stern warning y'all heard, they would have been repentant. You know what I'm saying? He said, but they're going to stand up and, rise against this judgment, rise against this nation in judgment. Like, y'all was just like us, stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is so much in the word. Like, people be like, oh, the word is tainted. Nah, it's just that you haven't gotten the right teachers to teach you to you, because the word is all there. And I could prove a whole bunch of stuff in the word that makes sense for right now. Ain't gotta go no other outside books, no other outside sources. Just show it. The outside sources I use prove it's gonna be proving that book is alive.
It's alive, King. It's alive.
Verbatim. Like, even the words that they said that they took out is perfectly fitting with history today. Everything. Well, the white man touched the book, so what? He took out exactly what the Father told him to take out, so he can make a parable so fools can't read it. So those who are unauthorized cannot read that book. They can touch it all day long and try to read it, but they're going to read it verbatim and not understand what the parables are saying, like we just did today. We just took basic parables and literally brought forth life. People be like, but this book is, I don't want to read this book because this book is tainted. I'm going to read this book over here. When the book we just got through, all we just doing reading the basic book, but they were reading verbatim, but not understand. He said, "Open my mouth in parables," meaning it will be dark sayings. So every single word in there is going to have a meaning behind it. But if you don't have the spirit of the Father upon you, you ain't gonna read that book. Okay, how much you read from it, you're not gonna get what you're supposed to get from it. You're not gonna get the mindset of the spirit that was behind the book that wrote it. You'll get your understanding. And the Bible says, don't do it. So most people who read that book, they lean to their own understanding as they're reading the scriptures because they think they got, I think I got understanding, I got knowledge, I got wisdom. And then you put it to the test with me, and I'm like, nah, that's what that means. And then they listen to me like, and then I tell them like, nah, what he's saying was this, this, this. Like the whole thing about Dan. He's like, all right. Um, he said, therefore, your sons shall be your judges. He'll be like, huh, what does that mean? That means your son's gonna rise up and judge you. That's what the church will say. That's what most people will say who read that passage of scripture. It means that your sons are going to judge you. No, he was literally saying that Dan is going to be full of young people. Therefore, your sons shall be Dan. Your sons shall be your judges, because Dan literally means judge. Anyone else read it, be like, they would say, like, he was saying that, your son's going to rise up and judge you. Nope. He was telling you, he said, since you don't believe, you're going to be cut off, and what's going to replace you is your sons, the younger generation. So Dan, and it talks about in Genesis, or actually Deuteronomy chapter 33, when it starts speaking about Dan, it says Dan is a young lion, is a lion's whelp. But instead of using young, he used lion's whelp. Because of the lion's whelp means young. So the Messiah was saying exactly what Deuteronomy chapter 33 was saying. That's what I'm saying. So in his mouth, he says, I didn't come to destroy the law or the prophets, but I came to fulfill it. Meaning what? I came to bring an understanding for the one who I'm going to be resting in will be able to tell you what I just said. Now watch this. If it takes one person who is worthy to read the seals on the earth, then it's got to be some worthy people. It can't be anybody being able to regurgitate what the Messiah is saying in the heavenlies down on this earth. They're up doing a whole musical. Who is worthy to read the scrolls? No one is worthy. No one is worthy. Don't cry. There's one who is worthy, the one who died. Yay! And then he comes and takes the scroll out of his father's hands, and he begins to open the book. If they go through all of this to find one person who is worthy to rain down the scrolls upon the earth, how in the world can you have your uncle, your mama, your brother, your sister, your cousin, them able to read a word?
Right, King.
How does that make? That's not even balance. You gonna literally scrub through to find one who is worthy to read the plagues, to break open the seals. But everybody and anybody and their mama and cousin and them who call themselves a pastor, a prophet, is able to speak this word. That makes sense. I'll wait.
Exactly, King. Exactly.
And since the Messiah let him out by two, he chooses two witnesses. Abraham. We have what? Joshua, Caleb, Moses, Aaron, John the Baptist, and the Messiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel. Two.
Elijah, Elisha.
Yes, exactly. Then we got Moses and Elijah, who showed up at the Transfiguration.
Wow.
Two. I would take you two from a family, one from a city. Two. There's one hemisphere, two hemispheres. Two. There's a sun and there's a moon. hands on the clock, and then the stars that actually make up on the face. 2.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
The
He
wisdom.
sent them out by twos.
Yep.
The Bible says, like, don't be by yourself. It said, at least when you fall, who gonna pick you up? 2. Where 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst. So the Father only will be amongst you with 2. That's his people. So when I'm in the midst of anything, the Father's already there. So wherever I am, the Father's there. Whatever he is, I'm there. So wherever I'm at, the Father said, like, I will be amongst my people. How? Right here. So where I'm at, that's where the Father's at. So he's never told me, hey, son, wherever 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst. Nope, he don't say that to me. He said, son, wherever you are, I'm there. Wherever I am, you are there. Meaning what? When there's 2 people that gather together in his name, the Father's right here. 2.
I hear you, King. I hear you. And you know, and I got to say this because I'm paying attention. You and Uncle Kenny, twos. And I cannot ignore the fact that when he set foot on the continent, people started getting up out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Kings, presidents of African countries, they either died or like that M. Swati dude got run up out of there.
Mm-hmm.
All of them, yeah. And I'm sitting here like, how many is this already? 1, 2, 3. This is no coincidence. No coincidence. There are no coincidences. Get
At all.
out of head. In fact, I'm even changing in the Father's will, there are no coincidences. None. None.
None.
And
At all.
the fact that the fact that all this is happening on the continent, I'm like, when did it stop again? Wait a minute. It's when Uncle Kenny and the crew sat foot on the continent, stuff started happening. Stuff started popping off. People started getting
Exactly.
I don't care, you know, whether they got poison or whatever rooms, they were getting gone, buried 6 feet under, or getting ran up off the block. Literally.
Exactly.
So
Because the truth is now in the land. They over in the land, and like there's just so much that's popping over there. That was like Uncle Kenny over there and the crew. They're doing the work, you know what I'm saying, for the Father right there. They're getting things set up for Passover. They're doing their work over there in Gambia. They begin to bring out showing what, hey, the hands raised over in Gambia. I think Uncle Kenny saw that first. He started to send it out, whatever, showing people like, man, look, the king is who he is. Look what we got right here. Like, I'm a firm believer of it. You know what I'm saying? He's already speaking to people, talking to people. Um, so the Father is with them over there in the land. Like they might have their little um situations that goes on whatnot, but no matter what you're going through, the Father's gonna always test you. It's just little small tests. You just got to be able to overcome it. But understand that your words in the midst of that test will be either used to help you or be used to delay you. So it's always to have a good report in your mouth, regardless of how bad it may seem. Because the Father at that time will give you what you say at your mouth. If you say it's all bad, then like it'll become all bad. People start saying, like, in the midst of all this, the Father is still going to prevail. You have that kind of attitude, that mindset, then I guarantee you everything will work out the way you want it to work out. But at that moment, if you start to speak for negative reports, then it will get bad and worse, worse, worse. He will just find a way to like, all right, you will have exactly what you say. Be it according to you as your faith. So certain situations is designed to see, do you really believe this thing? So it's easy to believe something when everything is going smooth and cake and lovely. But is the faith still there for when things is not going the way you want it to go? It's still not running smooth. do you still have faith to believe? Because if not, then your faith was situational. It's not really faith. So faith has to be tested to see what it is. It's got to be tried by the fire. So to our people over in the land, we salute them. And for the work that they're doing, for the work that Father has caused them to do, but for them to also remember that they will have what they say. That is a spiritual land as well as a natural. We done seen many things that Moses said, all right, if these men die by a natural cause of death, he said, then the Father ain't sent me. But if the Father does something new and cause the ground to open up and swallow them whole, then the Father has sent me. And the ground got a little bit hungry and decided to open up his mouth and start to swallow some people and then close right back over them. That's the ground where they're treading on, ground that eat people, that we don't read about in the scriptures. So that ground is live and well. That's why you don't want to be coming over there without no faith. You don't want to come over there just doing things you want to do, because the ground will open up and swallow you. I got hungry today. I felt no faith on me, so I just got hungry. I got a little bit hungry. You'll just have a volcano, just like, oh, see, unbelievers. Let me come out and show them my true colors. Start burning people.
Those folks over there in Kenya, oh yeah.
Locals start coming out like, hey, you ain't supposed to be over here. You shouldn't have. Is that corn? This is delicious. It's the sweet kind. You knew what I like. You know what I'm saying? You start getting all these locusts coming up, eating your food up. Get off our land. You know what I'm saying? It's not for you. This is just for the chosen. This is what it is. So the land is gonna be like, it's in mourning. Like I said, the land is crying. Well, the children of Yah to cut there. It's this sneeze. A tsunami just came through, just knocked out a whole bunch. A tsunami just appeared out of nowhere. The earth just sneezed and opened up and swallowed 3,000 people. The earth is throwing a tantrum. It's throwing a fit until you go back home.
This is so true, King. So true.
So with that, remember, truth is not biased. It's absolute. Thank you for tuning in for Truth Colors. We are about to sign off because we gave out a lot of food. Yeah, it's literally 5 hours and 53 seconds. So it's going to take a couple minutes for the outro. And yeah, tune in again when we are broadcasting to bring the truth that is not biased, but absolute. My name is King Music and King Out. Thanks again, bro, for coming on and telling us your testimony. It was very powerful and our people needed to hear it.
My pleasure, King. My pleasure, my King.
All right, family. Father lays it on your heart. Well, not lay it on your heart. You want to be blessed? Give. As much as we pour in and everything like that, give. All right. That's all I can say. Father always say, like, you want the people to be blessed? Like, yes. Then tell them to give. Want to be blessed? Give.
Yeah, so we are here at Truth Colors today, and today I blew my brother Yasha's mind, by telling him something that he didn't even know about, You see, the Father works in amazing ways. Yasha has had, see the background that I have right here? It has many colors. It's the Truth Colors background. So Yasha has had it since he started his YouTube channel. So me in the process of doing my reading my stuff and all that, I've read about the coat of many colors. You know, the father, all the patriarchs in the Bible used to have that coat. It goes down from Adam all the way till Joseph, and you know, during the period of Joseph is when the coat kind of disappeared, but it was the coat of many colors. The same thing is what my brother Yasha here has, truth colors. So you guys need to know that where all the colors for the truth are is where the Father dwells. So this guy has the truth and it's a bomb. If you guys are still double-minded, it's for your own doom. Check him out, always listen to his words. The Father says, you listen to what he tells you. You don't look at what he's doing. Listen to what he's telling you. If you follow the instructions, boom, you'll be saved. If you look at Adam and Eve, they didn't follow the instructions. The Father gave them the instructions. They went away from it. They did their own thing. They leaned onto their own understanding. But right now, he's speaking to all of us through Yasha. So we're supposed to listen to what Yasha is telling us. Truth color, that's where the truth is. The way, the truth, and the lie. Yeah, my boy.
Yeah. Appreciate it, fam. Appreciate it, fam. I do.
All right, you gonna cut it?
Yeah. All right, fam.
CME family, thank you for subscribing and supporting my Patreon channel, where the truth is not biased. It's absolute. I dedicate this channel through Nzambi Zulu to the awakening of my people and discovering who they truly are, to bring out information and revelation that they may not see anywhere else. And as we embark on this journey together, feel free to shop with us. OBYU, featuring our brand, Goshen Black. You can also purchase New Truth music from me, your boy Heart of Songs, aka Music, featuring Etana, Nzambi, JG, The Messenger, and other great artists on CD Baby and iTunes. It's time to awaken to the truth and power. Aren't you tired of being lied to? Truth speaks. Truth awakens. Truth comes.
Other songs.
Revelations. And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, if any man worship the beast in his image, and receive his mark into his forehead or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of Elohim, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation. And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascendeth up forever and ever. And they have no rest day nor night who worship the beast in his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Satan cast into the lake of fire. And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and they shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. The great white throne. And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it, from whose face the earth and the heaven fled away, and there was found no place for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before Elohim, and the books were open, and another book was open, which was in the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them. And they were judged, every man according to their works, and death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. But I will tell you what will happen